the other seats. Now
Yeah.
I'm in this seat,
Yeah.
so I'm trying not to mess it up.
We'll have
All y'all need ass whoopings.
We don't know where it's going to be live streamed at, do we? The game? I got you. I heard somebody say, but I don't.
All right, we're coming live, everybody, from the beautiful Gaffney High School, known as the Reservation here for the 6th annual 2021 Carolina Bowl Youth Showcase. I am Chris Hughes. Joined alongside of me is Travis Kahn. And Travis, it is a great afternoon for some youth football all-star action here in South Carolina.
That's right. We got beautiful weather, and we got two teams geared up at the middle of the field and ready to go.
These are some of the best 5th and 6th grade football players that you will find from both of these fine states. You'll see out there in the middle of the field, you've got the North Carolina team on the far side of the field. They are in the dark jerseys today, and the South Carolina All-Stars, they're here on the home side in the white. It's going to be 8 minutes a quarter, so we're going to get you guys up to speed with the unique rules for the youth football for some of you guys that may not be used to how youth football goes. And then, of course, stand by with us later this afternoon. We've got the Carolina Bowl High School Showcase coming to you. Kickoff will be slated for 4 o'clock this afternoon. And, Travis, I think this is a terrific atmosphere. We've already got a very big crowd settling in here to the stadium. I think we're set for some great football today. Absolutely.
I think just for the 5th and 6th grade team, stands starting to fill up. And I know it'll just rise as we get to the next game as well. But we got 2 young teams eager to get after it. Coin toss was just flipped. I can't tell. Can you tell who won the toss?
I didn't. We'll go with that really quickly once we get there. I know kickoff is slated here in just a few seconds. You know that there's a lot of anticipation from these young guys out there. You can see them about ready to burst through the tunnel here momentarily. We've got the announcers and everyone getting ready to kick things off. But it's going to be fun. Again, I don't think we could have asked for any better weather here. There you see the teams posing earlier for their photos, and here they come. I think we're about ready to kick off the festivities here. A lot of pageantry for a game of this magnitude. You know, and you got the fans that are already starting to get out there. You've seen a lot of moms and dads and people, and there you see that North Carolina team getting ready to come through the tunnel, and you got to just know that inside those kids, you know, they've got to be very excited for some football.
Absolutely. Yep. What a great experience for them to be able to come out here to a field like this and play a big-time football game.
Absolutely. Again, this is the 6th annual 2021 Carolina Bowl Youth Showcase, again played right here at the reservation in Gaffney. You've got the invocation and the national anthem about to commence as we speak, and football will be kicking off. Today's game will be sponsored by Graphic Phenom, the official glove of today's Carolina Bowl Youth Showcase. They will be the official game sponsor. And we also want to thank some of our sponsors from Zoom Bang. And Travis, I think we've got a lot of other people. You know, this game was an impressive undertaking. We've got a lot of people that are responsible for really making this thing happen.
Well, to make a game like this happen, you've got to have a lot of good people. You've got to have a lot of good companies that, and throughout the game, we'll go through a lot of them. But Cherokee County Recreation Department, the City of Gaffney Police Department, Cherokee County School District, Kirby Church, Pastor Kirby Warren, and of course the high schools, Gaffney and Blacksburg High School as well.
Absolutely outstanding. And again, we have got the invocation and the pregame festivities kind of concluding. We should have both of these teams coming onto the field here momentarily. And again, a game like this put on by the president, Freddie Brown, the chairman, Jimmy Staten, a lot of the guys that are responsible here for this game, Travis. You know, they are kind of the behind the scenes, and you yourself is one of the guys that helps put this thing together.
Yeah, well, this started with the Junior Shrine Bowl about six and a half years ago. And it's worked its way into to what it is today, the Carolina Bowl, and I've had a bunch of different roles from coach to board member, and it's a great experience. It's all about helping these kids and then leading them up to the senior showcase, which we'll see at 4 o'clock today.
A lot of these players, they have been here since, I think, Thursday when a lot of them got here. Tell us about the practices and how long they've been together, and maybe some of the festivities, you know, the different banquets and different things that have led up to the games.
Well, for the youth, it was a little bit different. They've been practicing together since Wednesday, and the senior game, those guys checked in on Wednesday morning, practiced Wednesday afternoon. They've had about 6 to 8 hours of practice over the last couple days, which led us into the banquet last night where Coach Shane Beamer spoke. And now we're here ready to kick off the youth game, and which will lead into our senior showcase.
Well, guys, we're going to let you look at some of the festivities right here before we kick off. We've got the national anthem being played, so just take a listen and look at this color guard out here. All right, excellent rendition here of the national anthem today. And again, for those of you who are just joining us, welcome here to the reservation here on the beautiful campus of Gaffney High School here in Gaffney, South Carolina, for the 6th annual Carolina Bowl Youth Showcase being played. And there you see the North Carolina team, and on to the field comes Team North Carolina. Again, these are some of the absolute best 5th and 6th grade football players from just north of the border in North Carolina. And now here come the Team South Carolina onto the field. And Travis, you can just see the look in those guys. And, you know, I've got kids of my own, and you just know how excited and kind of built up they get for big events. It looks like it could be Christmas Day for these guys. Well,
it looked like North Carolina came out a little bit harder than South Carolina. So if we had to pick, and we don't know a whole lot about either one of these teams going into the game, looks like the excitement's already started on North Carolina. Hopefully after a couple hits, this South Carolina team can get rolling.
Well, Travis, you and I have been around football for a long time. I've coached the game for many, many decades. I've been around it from a media standpoint, so I've seen a lot of football, and I feel like the keys to winning any game always seems to be the same: turnovers, first downs. Tell us, what's it going to take for both of these teams to come away victorious?
Well, both teams are going to have to protect the football and make plays on offense. They've only been practicing together for basically a week, which makes things tough on not just the players but the coaches. But we'll see how things go after the first series as the South Carolina team looks like they're going to start on offense.
All right, well, here we go. 8 minutes on the clock. There will be no kickoffs in this game, in the youth game. So the South Carolina team dressed in white, heading from left to right on your television dial, will get the ball first. Shotgun snap, and it looks like we've already got some yellow laundry on there. And, you know, I always talk about keys to the game, Travis. Avoiding penalties, that's always key for any level of football.
Yeah, penalties are huge, and I told you that it looked like North Carolina was a little more geeked up. Not sure who it's going to be on, but it looked like the defense jumped.
All right, we're going to look for the official signal. And it will be an offside, so 5 yards, easy 5 yards here for the South Carolina team. They will move the ball up to the 35-yard line. Again, no time off the clock, 8 minutes to go. Shotgun snap. And we don't have, oh, that is Dylan McKee. Dylan McKee with that first carry. And again, with the penalty, that's already going to be very short yardage, Travis, 2nd and 2.
And it looks like they're going to a little switch up. That's starting quarterback Hank Davidson has now moved out to wide out. Looks like they're going to go some sort of wildcat with Dylan McKee.
And it's amazing, Travis, you know, with the complexity that we've seen the game at the high school and pro levels, you're seeing that kind of down here at the youth level as well.
It's amazing how it can transition so quickly. And that's Dylan McKee on the carry there.
And Dylan McKee, he is going to take it deep into North Carolina territory. He's going to cut it back in and bring it down to about the 32-yard line. Excellent drive here to start the game for the South Carolina team. Dylan McKee, again, he's showing some shifty moves right there, Travis.
Yeah, if I were them, I'd stay in that wildcat and keep on moving on down the field. It looked like it worked pretty good, but looks like Hank is back.
Yeah, look at the replay right here. And look at the vision downfield right there, looking and then cutting it back in there for the extra yardage. Here we go, 2 backs in the backfield now. Handoff is going to be there to number 7. That's Noah Dawkins. Minimal gain. It's going to bring up a 2nd down, Travis.
Yeah, and it looks like we're trying to catch some of the players that are making the tackles on the North Carolina side as well. But that's going to bring up 2nd and long.
Have a 4-man defensive set, and here comes the snap. Pass out, almost intercepted, very close to an interception from that outside linebacker for North Carolina, number 19. That was a pretty impressive play.
Yeah, and a great step up by number 50, Jalen Bonner, for the North Carolina team, almost getting the interception.
And look at those outstanding looking uniforms. You see Jalen Bonner right there. Take a look at those gloves. Again, those come from Graphic Phenom, the official sponsors here for the Carolina Bowl festivities today. It's going to be a 3rd down and 11. And Dylan McKee going to the left side of the field, and he just really has nowhere to go today.
Yeah, and good tackle there by McKeon Jeffries on the side.
All right, we got a 4th down right here. I do not think we're going to see a lot of kicking. So, I mean, this is 4-down territory. Look at this replay right there. Great defensive effort right there.
Yeah, he's number 14, McKeon Jeffries stepped up and made a great play.
All right, we got 4th down and 10. Offense remains on the field. Ball going deep. Jump ball situation is going to be an incomplete pass. That's going to be a turnover on downs for Team South Carolina. So Team North Carolina, again, dressed in the blue. And there you see that defense is celebrating on the other side of the field, Travis. A big play. And let's look at that defense right there. Number 52, you got a host of Team North Carolina players there. And just a jump ball situation there. You see Dylan McKee trying to come up with it.
Yeah, it's kind of like a long punt. And number 19, Travion Young, made the play.
All right, so we got a change of possession right here. 5:51 remaining in this opening quarter. What do you think we'll see out of this North Carolina offense?
Well, if I were them, I'd get in that wildcat like South Carolina did, just run it down their throat. But it looks like they're going to go no back set, quarterback and shotgun with 5 wide.
Runner in motion, and nowhere to go for the North Carolina runner. That is, I want to say Quentin Hines. Quentin Hines right there. Nowhere to go. Let's just take a look at that replay right there. Coming there out of the jet motion. Hines is going to come around and look at big 92 for South Carolina. Incredible defensive effort.
Number 92, Juicy Luna. What a name, man.
Wow, look at him right there. Juicy
That's
Luna right there, 92.
That
coming
fits.
right at you in your screen. You know he's got some proud parents taking a look at this stream today.
So again, both teams getting behind the sticks early, which that's one of the things we talked about at the beginning of the game is being ahead of the sticks, no penalties and turnovers. And we've already seen a lot on both sides.
All right, we got zip motion to the near side of the field. Looks like we do have a ball on the field. Could that be Luna? No, it's not Luna, number 39. 38 make that for South Carolina. It looked like he was about to come up with the fumble on the ground, but South Carolina, or Team North Carolina, will retain possession.
Yeah, that was number 38 was Alex Davis on making the play on defense, but it looked like Team North Carolina jumped right back on it after the ball came out.
And you never want to get behind in the chains in a situation like this. Now you're looking at a 3rd down and really long.
Yeah, it's one of those plays where you might want to just try to throw one up, make it a long punt. And we'll see. They haven't done much of passing already. They've tried to get the reverse going both ways, and South Carolina has stepped up in the gap and made huge plays on both 1st and 2nd down.
And now we got a timeout on the field, so it looks like Team North Carolina will be calling the first timeout here today. And I think we're going to take a break right here in the action, but with 4:05 remaining in this opening quarter, you've got a score is 0-0 here from the reservation in Gaffney, North Carolina. We'll be right back after these messages. All right, right back here in the action at the reservation on that 3rd down and long play. We do have a completion by Team North Carolina that is going to bring it up into 4th and a little bit more manageable back to the original line of scrimmage, 4th and 10, Travis.
Yeah, Chris, it doesn't look like either team plans on kicking today. I don't even know if they brought a punter with them because it looks like Team North Carolina plans to go for this unless they make a change. There they go. Yeah, it's a little deep in their own territory.
Yeah, you know, in any level of football, you want to try to punt that ball if you absolutely can. And actually, we're just going to have a change in possession. So I guess in the punting rules here in the youth game, I guess if they decide they want to punt, you just move the ball down the field.
I think in this level they try to avoid injury with a lot of the kickoffs and punts. I do know that when we get to the senior showcase, they will be the rules will be a little bit different, but I think they do this just to avoid injury.
Absolutely, everything in the name of player safety today. You know, you don't want to get any player injured going down the field at full speed. So I applaud them for these rules. I mean, I think that they're very needed, especially in the game today. But so anyway, South Carolina will be taking over 1st and 10 from their own 39-yard line. Got a full house backfield this time. That is an off-tackle run right there. That, again, is number 7, Noah Dawkins. Going to bring up a 2nd down and 6. And let's just take a look at it right there. Look at Dawkins kind of looking for some lanes, and there he goes, looking for some space.
A great tackle by number 51, DeMarcus Holmes, on that play as well. Brings up 2nd and long.
Now, I was about to say, we've seen 50 flying all over the field. You got a trap here to the backside. And once again, that's Dylan McKee. Finding a little bit of running lane is going to bring it up a 3rd down and 5. We do have a player down here for Team North Carolina.
That looks like number 5, Travion Young, who's down on the field for the North Carolina team.
Yeah, and just hats off again to all the trainers and the coaches and everyone out here who is putting player safety first and foremost. You know, they're going to do everything they can to make sure that the players are taken care of.
Yeah, and in an all-star game like this, you're bringing in people from all over the place, and it's really hard in a couple days to get everybody on the same page. But as you can see, looks like everybody's working together.
Absolutely. We do have the young man up and on his feet, heading to the other sideline. So let's just give him a round of applause. All the fans here in the stadium here giving him a ovation as he makes his way back to the Team North Carolina sidelines.
It's good to see him okay. And again, that was number 5, Travion Young, on the injury.
All right, looks like we've got a timeout right now for South Carolina. 3rd down and 5. 2 minutes and 44 seconds remaining. You know, 3rd down and 5, ball at midfield, Travis. So what do you think you're going to look at? Dig down, kind of deep down in your playbook. What are we going to look for right here?
Well, I tell you, the Wildcat for South Carolina was working the best, and they kind of went away from it. 3rd and 5, I'd take the chance of doing it again, even though they probably know what's coming. They did a good job on last time. I think that was their biggest pickup when they were in Wildcat. They ran for about 30 yards down the sideline. That's where I'm going.
Yeah, between Dylan McKee and obviously Noah Dawkins, who have had some big-time runs in this game thus far, I think that you've got 2 viable options for Team South Carolina. Both of these teams have shown some very good athleticism and versatility to kind of get around the edge, but we're going to set it up right here. 2 minutes, 44 seconds to go. We've got a 3rd down and 5. Quarterback in the shotgun. Twins receivers to the bottom side of your screen. And we've got some motion, so some laundry on the field. We'll get the call, see which side decided to jump first.
That's going to be the offense, but both sides are pointing at each other as usual.
All right, so that will be a false start. That is going to bring us down to 3rd down and 9. That certainly changes your play call options, Travis. Absolutely.
You go from 3rd and short to 3rd and long. Makes it tough for the coach to figure out another play, but it looks like they've gone back to the Wildcat. Expect a run to the left or right with the quarterback.
And I am really impressed with the size of some of these offensive linemen as well. I know these are 5th and 6th graders, but these are some big boys. Looks like you got McKee right there running to the inside. North Carolina's going to kind of get him down in the backfield and actually check that. I think that is number 8.
Yep, that was number 8.
Jaden Blanton.
On the carry, and number 52, Shiro Crosby on the tackle.
Yeah, let's take a look at it right there. Look at Blanton looking for some space there, and look at that defense just collapsing down on him, throwing him backwards. He does get forward progress. So it is going to be a 4th down and 5 situation. South Carolina offense stays on the field. And now we've got some more laundry. So it looks like the North Carolina team is going to give South Carolina a little bit better shot. I don't think it's going to move the sticks, but it's going to give them a better shot at getting this first down.
Yeah, number 9, Jontavian Woods, just jumped on the outside. I think that's his second penalty of the day. He's just getting a little anxious to get back and get to the quarterback. Don't blame him. It's still, oh, they called it.
Wow.
They called it on the offense.
Wow. Now you've seen it call from the officials here at Gaffney. So it's now going to bring that into a 4th down and 10 punting situation. So now they're going to flip the field. There you see the official bringing the ball down, so it will go into play at the team North Carolina 31-yard line as Team North Carolina begins to take over here on offense. You know, I don't feel like I'm surprised, Travis. You got a 0-0 game. Both of these offenses look like they're really just trying to kind of get their sea legs under them today.
Well, again, it takes a while to get an offense put together when you only have a couple days. But I'm going to tell you something. These 2 defensive lines and linebackers are getting after it.
Yeah, you know, I look at Luna right there, number 92. That's a big fella there for Team South Carolina. There is a lot of size. You know, I mentioned that these are 5th and 6th graders, but some of those guys, you can tell they haven't missed very many meals.
No, anytime you go by the name of Juicy, you know you get after it.
A little end around right there. That is going to be the number 50, Jalen Banner. Don't get to see a number 50 carry the ball very often, but in youth football, you kind of see a little bit more of that.
No, I think he made a couple plays on defense, and they decided to give it to him on offense. And a good job by South Carolina's Jaden Wilkerson, number 1, to stay home and make sure that he contained.
Yeah, there you see Jalen Banner there on your screen. A great job for him. It's going to bring up a 2nd down and 10. We'll call it about a 31-and-a-half-yard line possibly. There you see the North Carolina coach is sending the play in. That's number 10, Joey Thompson, is bringing in the play to the quarterback.
Looks like we may have a timeout.
Another timeout, and this time North Carolina. 40 seconds remaining here in this opening quarter, Travis. Again, you know, I kind of mentioned both of these offenses kind of, again, filling one another out. But I have started to see some signs of lights really for both of these guys. A lot of athleticism on both these teams.
Oh, well, that's what these all-star games are all about. But neither of these offenses have hit a groove yet. They've all stayed behind the sticks, which makes it tough, especially when you've got defenses that are as good as these two. And you've got these linebackers and defensive line just blowing it up right now at this time.
Yeah, and you know what? Hats off. I also want to say just hats off to the coaches. You know, I'm a parent. You know, I've got children this age. You know, just to get these guys on the same field, going in the same direction at the right time, and, you know, knowing the plays, understanding the plays. I mean, that's a pretty big undertaking. I mean, you know, you look at these teams, and these are obviously the best of the best young men. They're out there executing very well. Quarterback's going to fake the end around, keeping it himself. It's going to bring up a 3rd down and 9, very minimal gain. Kind of running into that brick wall of that Team South Carolina defense, Travis.
Yeah, it looked like North Carolina tried to switch it up a little bit and get the ball down the field a little quicker instead of hitting a reverse or trying to get the running backs to the outside. And
there you see quarterback T.J. Person there, number 12, bringing the play in from the North Carolina coaching staff. It's going to be a 3rd down and 9. Ball's on the 32-yard line. Clock is ticking here in the final seconds of the opening quarter. I do believe they'll get the play off before the clock runs out. And we got some laundry on the field as time expires. We'll stay here for the call.
looks like a false start again on the offense.
False start on the offense. It's going to bring it into 3rd and long situation.
And I feel like that's how we've ended up every series with the offense so far, being 3rd and long or 4th and long to end each drive.
It's on the offense, you don't play on time down, do you? It's a penalty.
And we've got the referees conferring right here to determine if there will be an untimed down here in the quarter. So stick with us. The officials are now coming together at the middle of the field.
Senior game, and that's all your rosters and all right there, okay? Great, thank you. Yes, sir. Got it? Yes, sir. Thank you.
You got a nice spotter there, Robbie.
All right, that's going to be the end of the first quarter, guys. You see the sign by the officials. So, again, after the opening quarter of play here in the 6th annual Carolina Bowl Youth Showcase here at Gaffney, Gaffney, South Carolina at the reservation, we've got a 0-0 ball game, and we'll be right back after these messages.
This is your game. You live it, breathe it, dream it. And so do we. We design it, test it, build it, and repeat. This is what we live for. From playing to training to living. This is what you.
All right, we're back here at the reservation here in Gaffney, South Carolina. That is the 3rd down and long play. And boy, that North Carolina offense was stuffed there in the backfield. That was number 14 coming into your screen, Travis.
That's Keith Allen for your South Carolina team that just made that play, which brings up 4th and probably the longest I've seen of the day.
Yeah, Keith Allen just came right there through. That is going to force the punting situation for Team North Carolina, so therefore Team South Carolina will take over. An excellent field position, almost near midfield. That is the best field position we've seen yet. Travis, I know you've got some of the sponsors that are helping make this game take place today. Who are some of the guys that we need to give a shout out to today?
Yeah, we're going to keep adding as we go through the day. First Baptist Church of Gaffney, the Chamber of Commerce staff, Big E Gaffney, Limestone University, McDonald's, Bailey's Fish Camp, Daddy Joe's Barbecue, Chick-fil-A in Gaffney, Coach Shane Beamer, who spoke at the banquet last night as well, who was excellent.
Daddy Joe's Barbecue. I think I could go for some of that right now.
It'd be great. I think we missed lunch already.
I was going to say they could bring some up to the press box. You got 2 backfield set, and there you got what a big hit right there. That was number 6. But that was Dylan McKee once again on the carry.
That was Antonio Gomez with a shot. Boy, he came up like a dart.
Well, let's take a look at this replay, Travis. Look at number 6 just coming into the screen right there, Gomez, and incredible hit.
And he looks older than a 6th grader.
He sure does. He sure does.
Some big boys down there.
It's going to be a 2nd down and 9 situation. Full house backfield. Once again, you got that Wildcat. We've seen it already today. That's Dylan McKee taking the ball off to the left side of the play. Brought down by a host of Team North Carolina players, Travis.
Yeah, there was a couple of them, number 50, number 6. And again, the rosters are spotty here as we go. We apologize if we missed somebody's name, but number 50 was Jalen Bonner, and number 6, again, was Antonio Gomez.
McKean kind of made that stutter step right there. It looked like he was going to make a cut looking for some room, but there just was nowhere to go. That North Carolina defense has really been Johnny on the spot.
Yeah, it closes quick, especially when you got Big Juicy there in the middle that's blowing up the front line.
Once again, you're going to see McKee take it. He's got some daylight this time. He's going to get up across the 1st down line, take it inside the 40-yard line down to about the 39-yard line. That's the best offensive field position that we've seen today, Travis. Let's just take a look at it again right there. McKee on the direct snap, the Wildcat that you've mentioned already. Breaks 1, breaks 2, breaks 3 tackles, carrying a guy with him.
And that was number 5, Travion Young, making the tackle. If you remember, he went out a little while ago with an injury, so it's good to have him back.
And Team South Carolina is going to stay in the full house backfield. McKee's going to take the snap, and once again, up quarterback power, but not this time. North Carolina, I think, was waiting on him.
Yeah, that's Travion. Number 5, Travion McGee again. Sorry, Travion Young on the tackle.
And just look at it right there. I think the North Carolina defense, I think they knew exactly what was coming. But hats off to the coaches. You know, they found something that was working. They was going to run it until you stopped it, forced their hand.
Yeah, and he shot the gap quick and made a great tackle in the backfield.
All right, runner back and receiver in motion, zip motion, ball's on the ground. Is he going to recover? That was Noah Dawkins in motion, and they're going to call that an incomplete pass.
Yeah, number 50, Jalen Bonner, jumped on the ball quickly. But when you're coming across the middle like that, it is considered a pass. So as long as it's forward, it is incomplete.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a shuffle pass right there on that zip motion to Noah Dawkins, so that will be ruled incomplete. 3rd down, and let's call it about 13-14, balls on the 43-yard line. Clock is stopped. 5:06 remaining here in the 2nd quarter. Again, this is the 6th annual Carolina Bowl Youth Showcase. Once again, you've got that pass, little shuffle pass. This time the number 17, he's got daylight to the left side of the field. That is Dallas Good, and he had some good yardage on that play, Travis.
Yeah, he made a great cut and to get back and to get to the sidelines. And then the tackle was made by Jayshawn Dover, number 88 for North Carolina.
And let's look at that excellent camera footage right there. You see Dallas Good coming right into your living room right there. Great cut, great motion. It's still going to be a 4th down, but Team South Carolina is going to go for it. 4th down and about 3.5, 4-yard line, 4 yards. This time it's going to be a handoff to Carter Calvert. He is carrying some North Carolina defenders with him, but we do
looks like
have
we
some
got
laundry
a
on
hold.
the field.
Yep, looks like we got a hold on the offensive line, which will bring it back, which is kind of sad because we finally got somebody to get across the sticks and get a 1st down.
Well, that's the first time we've seen Carter Calvert with the carry today. And now we've got a Team North Carolina player who is down. So we've got North Carolina coaching staff and the trainers out there attending to him.
Can't tell who it is yet, but we're still waiting to see what the penalty is. It looks like it was a hold on the offense, which will negate that 1st down that I think it's the first. That first.
It would have been it would have been a 1st down, but obviously that is going to be negated from the flag.
So now we're back in a 4th and very long situation.
There you see the training staff and the coaching staff still attending to the Team North Carolina defensive player. When we do resume action, it's going to be a 4th down, and we'll call it about 12, 13.
Yeah, and that's tough. You go from being 4th and short and actually getting the 1st down to getting a holding penalty and now being in 4th and long. It sure does changes the game totally when you get backed up like that.
And there we go. We see that young man able to get up. So good job for him. That is number 14. That is Keith Allen. Looks like he is certainly hobbling a little bit, favoring that one ankle. There you see the coaches helping that young man off the field.
I'm going to check that.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm
Carry on.
wrong.
Yes, McCarry Jeffries.
Mr. Jeffries, hopefully he'll be able to get back into this game. But again, you're right about that, Travis. 4th down, 13 to go, ball on the 42-yard line. That certainly changes your play call if you're the coaching staff of the South Carolina team.
Absolutely. You go from a run situation to maybe a deep pass or a long punt here on 4th down.
Oh, we got a little trickery right there. Got a reverse coming here to the near side of the field. Flag is on the play. You've got there number 2, that's Dylan McKee, who's going to get near 1st down yardage, but obviously that flag is going to negate that gain. It was not going to move the chains,
Yeah, they'll decline it here. It looked like a host of holds, not just one. But then great play by Sidney Lattimore, number 19 for North Carolina, to make sure that he did not get the first down on 4th and long.
And there you see the holding call by the official. That penalty will be declined because Team South Carolina did not meet the line to gain. That will be a forced turnover. So Team North Carolina will take over on downs here. Second quarter of play. There you see at the bottom of your screen, 4:35 to play here in the second quarter. Coming to you live today on this live stream from the reservation, the 6th annual Carolina Bowl Youth Showcase. Could have asked for better weather, Travis. I mean, this is an unbelievable day for football.
No, a little chilly, but everything else, I mean, it's sunny, no rain, no clouds. And so far, we've had a great defensive battle here. I thought we were going to see some points on the last drive. South Carolina drove it down pretty well, but North Carolina did a good job on backing them back up and stopping them on 4th down.
And, you know, I see all the gloves and stuff on all these players. You got to thank Graphic Phenom for being the official game sponsor today. All the gloves, but also Zoom Bang. I think all the gear, all the swag, all the shirts and bags and stuff these young men got. I got to thank them for their support today as well.
Well, Zoom Bang's owned by Marshawn Lynch, and all the stuff that they wear under their pads, tremendous technology to protect the kids. There's an upper and a lower. Back in our day, we had to actually wear pads. They can actually pull these things up. And the pads are built in, which is either extra protection or you can just, a lot of the older kids in the senior showcase will just wear those up under instead of wearing pads on their legs.
Oh, you remember the old days. I remember wearing a girdle and pads around the belt and the butt pads and the thigh pads and everything.
They were all
they were
oversized, too big, and made it hard to run.
Oh, yeah, I remember those old days. But anyway, we had a delay of game penalty on Team North Carolina. They're going to take the snap down 1st and 15. And, boy, that South Carolina defense is right there on the spot. That Team North Carolina went absolutely nowhere, Travis.
Yeah, both defenses are playing really well today. Great tackle that play by number 38, Alex A1 Davis, getting in the backfield super quick. That's kind of been the story of the game today anyway. These defensive linemen and linebackers are shooting the gaps and causing the offenses to go backwards instead of forwards.
Well, now you're going to be looking at a 2nd down and almost 20, 2nd down and 18, 19 situation. Ball is going to be spotted on the 25-yard line. Now, you know that both of these teams have some talented players that could probably take it to the house on any given play, but we've seen these defenses, as you mentioned, just really fly around on this field today. 3 receivers set here on the near side. Quarterback is going to look back, and we got a penalty one more time. And again, we've got another delay of game penalty on Team North Carolina.
Yeah, both these teams have been riddled with penalties. Obviously, this is the furthest I've seen either team backed up. It looks like it's 2nd and 24.
You know, you do have to wonder, Travis, you know, we're playing here at the reservation, incredible facilities. They've got the play clock in front of them. But the quarterbacks may not be used to looking at them.
No, at this age, they don't have play clocks when they're playing their youth games. This is one of the things that they have to adjust to. And I know it's tough, especially for these quarterbacks, trying to look at the defense and also look and see what the play clock looks like.
Well, T.J. Person, quarterback keeper into the near side of the field, but there will be another penalty. There you see the call from the official today, holding against Team North Carolina, and that is going to move them back even further. Okay, the penalty will be declined. It's going to be 3rd down. And, oh, I don't know. 3rd down and almost to Spartanburg on this one.
Yeah, it looks like a good 20 yards, and I think I'd have declined that as well.
But you mentioned these young players not used to playing with the play clocks, not used to playing in a stadium like this. This has got to be like the Super Bowl for a lot of these guys. T.J. Person waits to snap. He's going to go deep. No, he's going to go, and looky right there. He had nowhere to go. Who was that in the backfield on that play?
Number 25, Carry-On Good. And like I've said before, these guys are shooting the gaps. As you can see here on replay, they're shooting the gaps and getting to the quarterbacks and running backs. He looked like he was raring back to chunk one, though.
Yeah, you know, let's take a look at that play. I think you've got to chalk that one up to the coverage as well. Call one of them coverage sacks right there. The quarterback wanted to go deep. He did not see the look that he was trying to get. So we've got a timeout here on the change of possession. So we do have a timeout here on the field. You see the players being attended to. We're going to stay right here with you on this live stream again here today from the 6th annual Carolina Bowl Youth Showcase. Again, Chris Hughes here with you with the play-by-play duties today. Coming to you from the Charlotte, North Carolina area, joined here by Travis Kahn here from South Carolina. And Travis, again, we've got a lot of people to help make this game happen today. I know that you're part of the board. You know, just anytime we can throw some of those guys' names, you know, we got Freddie Brown, the president of the youth game, Jimmy Staten, the chairman, just a lot of people behind the scenes today.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. You go back to a lot of the board members, the Todd Helms, Freddie Brown, who's the president, also the chairman of the game, Jimmy Staten. There's a lot of people that have to get together to put this thing and make it happen.
All right, got a little cross-buck action coming to you this way. Ball is on the ground. We're going to see if South Carolina's able to maintain possession. Let's take a look at it right here. There's McKee and number 50 right there with the strip.
Wow, we've had a couple turnovers today, and all the turnovers that we've had have been recovered by the team that has turned it over.
Receiver in motion. It's going to be a toss pass to that receiver. That's number 17, Dallas Good, one more time, but he has absolutely nowhere to go. These defenses are really coming at you today, Travis.
And that's Antonio Gomez again, number 6. He is flying around today on both sides of the ball.
And let's take a look at this replay, and you see Good looking for room, but Gomez is right there. And you got to imagine these teams are the best of the best players on each of their respective teams. These guys probably had some magnificent seasons, earning them their ticket to play in this showcase.
Well, when you see All-Star game, a lot of times you look and you think it's going to be a high-scoring game. You're going to have kids running all over the place, getting in the end zone. And as far as we've seen today, it's been nothing but a defensive battle on both sides of the field. A lot of kids flying around, getting to the ball, and the offenses just have nowhere to go. They've been playing behind the sticks all game.
Well, and you and I both know it's just so much harder when you have limited time to prepare for a game. You know, different terminology, different playbooks. There's so many different offensive schemes that these young men are used to from their respective teams. But it's easier to coach defense. It's almost see ball, get ball, and you've got some tremendous athleticism here.
Yeah, that's always the case, and it's always harder for the offenses and the offensive staffs to get it going than it is the defense, because you can line kids up and say get to the ball, and they understand that. Trying to put your terminology into kids that haven't played together is tough.
Well, we're here in the waning moments of the opening quarter here from Gaffney, South Carolina. Got 1:40 remaining here in the opening half. Sun is starting to set a little bit behind the home side, so you're starting to get some longer shadows. It's going to be a 3rd down and 5 situation. Hand off to the inside. That's number 17, Noah Dawkins once again.
Well, we got more laundry on the field. It looks like it's going to be another penalty on the offense here.
Did have a different quarterback in this time for South Carolina. That's number 5, Hank Davidson. Holding is against the offense called, so it's going to back Team South Carolina up.
Here we go again, moving the wrong direction.
There you see number 5. That is Hank Davidson looking for the play from the South Carolina coaching staff. Again, one hats off to the South Carolina coaches. You know, limited amount of time, limited action with these guys, limited preparation, but still these defenses and even the offenses have looked really good. Davidson's going to roll to his left side. He is going to rear back and throw it deep, intended for number 7. Once again, that's Noah Dawkins, but incomplete into a host of Team North Carolina players.
God, for a quick second, he had him wide open, but Travion Young, number 5 again, gets in there and breaks up the deep ball.
And let's just take a look at him. Davidson rears back, and for a 5th or 6th grader, that is a great arm.
Yeah, and he, like I said, the receiver had his man beat, but number 5 for the North Carolina team, Travion Young got over there quick to make the play. Got another punting situation, it looks like, so we're going to flip the field again.
Yep, we'll do it one more time. Again, we've got 1:18 remaining here in the opening half of play here from Gaffney, the 6th annual Carolina Bowl Youth Showcase. Got a great crowd on hand. You know, looking at it, you've seen them really start to file in. I know a lot of guys are really anticipating that high school senior showcase later on this afternoon. But for a youth football game, this is a pretty good little turnout.
Yeah, and looking at the crowd, I sure would like to be sitting on the North Carolina side where the sun is instead of the South Carolina where the shadows have set, and they look cold down there.
They really do. Well, you know, we're just a couple weeks here away from Christmas. You know, temperatures are going down, but thankfully we're playing today and not yesterday. If we'd been playing yesterday, we might have been affected by some rain come through.
Well, me and you wouldn't have, but everybody on the field would have been. We'd have been fine.
I was on the action yesterday calling the 4A state championship games in North Carolina up at Carter Finley Stadium at NC State. And right after kickoff, we had a whale of a storm roll through. Ball's on the ground, and Person has just got no choice but to fall on it right there on that first down and 10 play.
Yeah, which gets us, again, we talk about being behind the sticks, and first down, you want to get positive play, at least positive yards, and going backwards makes it tough, especially with what North Carolina's trying to do on offense. They're trying to run the ball. I hadn't seen them, except for once, try to drop back and pass.
All right, 53 seconds. Clock is running near the completion here of the first half. Person with the handoff, that is to number 1. That is Quintus Hines.
And number 14, Keith Allen, on the tackle for the South Carolina team.
Third down and long. Clock running.
And again, we hadn't seen a whole lot of passes, and when you get in these long situations, Chris, it makes it tough when you don't have a quarterback that can throw it down the field, or you're not confident enough with this short amount of time you've had on offense to get the ball down the field. So that's why we continue to see runs on 3rd and 4th and long.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see the last play, maybe, if they can get it off. Clock running, 3 seconds. And they're not going to get it off. That's going to bring the conclusion here. The first half.
I think we got a timeout.
Oh, did we get a timeout? Okay, let's hold the phone.
North Carolina coach was running on the field trying to call a timeout, and now he is letting his quarterback know that you need to keep an eye on the clock because the clock was running out. Looked like he was trying to get the play, or he didn't understand the play during that, and the coaches were losing it on the sidelines, but they finally got a timeout, so they will have one more play before the half.
Well, again, you know, I mentioned the limited amount of time for these teams to prepare for this game. You know, you've got just so many different play calls, offensive systems that these guys are used to, different terminology. And you get here in a new game, new players, guys you're not used to, play calls you're not used to. I mean, you may know the play to go, but you might not know how it's worded.
Yeah, and it's a lot easier when you have the high school level kids trying to understand a week of terminology. But when you got 5th and 6th grade kids, like you said, you got kids this age. I have 2 children. One is almost this age, so I totally understand getting the terminology in at this age is tough. As they get older, it will get easier. But for right now, they're obviously struggling, but we do have another half to play.
Well, one final play here in the first half. Person with the snap, he's rearing back. He's going to step up in the pocket. Looks like he's going to run it himself, looking for daylight. Can he turn the corner? No, he's going to be out of bounds right there at the 39-yard line.
And again, number 14, Keith Allen, on the tackle to end the half.
Well, we're going to be right back here after this minute. The Carolina Youth Showcase.
It's been way too long, my stomach touching. I know I gotta get right, cause the summer coming. Talk to me nicely, talk to me nicely. Whipping on dough, back on road, picking up paper, gripping this stage, get to the cage, shooters on goal, shooters on goal. Talk to me nicely, when I pull up I'm stunning, I'm talking spicy. Ruger Vinci is sitting around, this shit pricey. I get a hood motivation, good as shit pricey, good as shit pricey. Whoa.
From the start of when he got the pads and he put them on in the house, he was a complete different kid.
I've noticed a difference. The helmets is a lot lighter, him as our safer. They don't know. They just think it look cool.
Zenith is the reason that he's actually on the field.
Zenith just fits better. It works for them. They love it.
My name is William Thompson, better known to the sports world as Willie T. Zoom Bang is here to provide protective gear for all of your teams. We are a stock and custom gear provider that is 30 to 40% better than our competitors.
I've spent a large part of my career building product to help athletes perform better. And while Zoom Bang is not going to help you run faster or tackle better, it is going to provide that level of protection that you need to perform at your highest potential.
All right, welcome back here to Gaffney, South Carolina, here at the reservation, the beautiful home of Gaffney High School on the campus of Gaffney High School. Chris Hughes here along with Travis Kahn here for the 6th annual Carolina Bowl Youth Showcase. And Travis, we got a very special thing coming up here. I'm going to hand the ball over to you and let you quarterback this halftime report because we've got some very special alumni who have played in the Carolina Bowl. And, you know, I think it's always a special moment to be able to get their stories, kind of relive their memories, and see where these guys have graduated up to and what they're doing today.
Yeah, it's nice to know that you've got a game that has gone on for the last couple of years, and now we've got some former alum who have really stepped up in the high school market and are probably a couple years away from making the senior showcase game. We've got two with us today. I'm going to start with Riley Staten. He is now the quarterback for Gray Collegiate Academy. Riley, just kind of elaborate on your time in the Carolina Bowl and what it meant to play and now to be back and watch and hopefully one day be in the senior showcase.
Yeah, it was a lot. It was a very surreal experience to be able to go down to the UNC, and that's also my dream school, and to be able to go to Duke and play in these D1 environments. It's very surreal to be able to just have the athletes around you and be able to compete at the highest level in South Carolina and North Carolina. And
yeah, because all the best athletes are chosen from the both teams. And what Riley was talking about was these games are played in different places. Obviously, his game, he got to play in both Duke and North Carolina Stadium. Today, we're here at the reservation in Gaffney. Riley, what was probably your biggest moment in the Carolina Bowl when you played? Because right now we have 5th and 6th grade. I believe you played your 7th and 8th grade year. And just the experience that you got to have as a Carolina Bowl alum. What does your experience bring, and how has that helped you then today?
It's helped me to really learn how to compete with other people, because when you first get in there, you really don't know anybody. And to the coaches, everybody's equal, so you really got to compete with each other to be able to take the starting job. And it's really helped me learn how to compete with other people as I go through and go into high school and hopefully go to college.
Yeah, and Riley is the son of Jimmy Staten, who is the chairman of the Carolina Bowl. Riley also is a recent state champion for Gray Collegiate Academy. Riley, now that you're standing here as a state champion, only as a sophomore, quarterback state champion, what were some of your highlights from the state championship game last week?
Would probably have to be you put me on the ropes there. Would probably have to be to learn how to really read defenses, because it was a pretty hard thing when we went to state. They did a lot of different stuff that we didn't see on film, and they're one pick, but hey, it happens to the best of us.
Riley, we appreciate you being here today. And now Maddox Smith, we're going to have Maddox on. Maddox was an alum. Maddox is now playing at Spartanburg Christian Academy in Spartanburg. He's a letterman in football and baseball. And Maddox, I'm going to ask you the same question. You got to play in the Carolina Bowl twice. I believe you played in the Junior Shrine Bowl as well, which is connected to this game. And now you stand here watching the youth game where you were at one time, and later on today we'll see the senior showcase. What were some of the highlights for you when you played in this game?
Just playing with great coaches, great players all around me, just learning from pretty much the best around here, playing in the cool stadiums like North Carolina and Duke, and just playing with my friends.
That's always great to be able to play in big stadiums, especially as youth. Now, as you play at Spartanburg Christian Academy, how has the Carolina Bowl helped you with where you're at now?
Yeah, it's helped me a lot because I transferred in the middle of my 10th grade year, and I was able to make friends easily just because you have to make friends when you have practice for about 4 days and then you have a game. And then it also helped me become a better football player just because of the great coaches I've had.
And the players that you got to play with throughout your Carolina Bowl time, do you stay connected with those guys?
Yeah, especially Nemo Squire, running back from Dillon. He's going to Georgia State. Really good friends with him and some others.
Nemo Squire, who just got done playing in the North-South game yesterday and was a Carolina Bowl alum, headed to play big-time college football. And I guess that's everybody that's out here, that's their goal, is to make it to the next level. And I'm sure those are your aspirations as too, Maddox.
Yes, sir.
Well, we appreciate having you both here today, both Riley Staten and Maddox Smith, both alumni, Carolina Bowl alumni. They've both played in the game a couple times, and I'm sure they hope to be back in the senior showcase. Chris, these were two alumni who have gone on from where we are today watching this youth game. I know they started a little bit later in 7th grade and now have gone into their high school days. Riley just getting done playing a state championship with Gray Collegiate and winning it, playing quarterback in that game. And then Maddox moving on to Spartanburg Christian Academy, and what two good representations for both their schools.
Yeah, Travis, I mean, I could just sit there and watch those guys talk and listen to them and kind of see them help us out here today. Tremendous work ethic. You can just tell that they've got great heads on their shoulders and just seem to be really good young men. And you know, that's what football is all about. You know, football is an athletic event. It's a game, and of course you want to win if you're involved, but it's still a mechanism to kind of help teach kids the lessons about being adults.
Right. The two big things they talked about is the stadiums they got to play in, and that's one of the things. A lot of these kids haven't gotten to play. You know, when you're in youth programs and you're bouncing from really backyard fields, and then you get to come in and play in some of these big stadiums. It's kind of cool. Absolutely, Travis. Well, hey, we're going to take a look at some of the top highlights from this first half of play here at the 6th Annual Youth Showcase here, the Carolina Bowl Youth Showcase here from Gaffney. And look at it right there. There you see number 2. It's Dylan McKee, yeah. McKee. Big yardage right there, cutting the corner. He kind of had some juice. Dylan, that was probably the biggest play of the day with that first run around the outside, and they've tried to give it to him a lot. It's really, if I am Team South Carolina, I tell you what, I'm going to try to line back up in that Wildcat and run it right down their throat.
There you see South Carolina quarterback, or North Carolina quarterback TJ Person tried to make some plays, but I think defense, obviously with a 0-0 score here to start the second half, I think defense is the name of the game.
Defense has been it today, and keeping the offense behind the sticks is the big thing. And I tell you, for North Carolina, number 6, Antonio Gomez, has been a rocket. He has been all over the place. And then earlier in the game, we had an injury from Travion Young, number 5, and he came back in, and it looked like it lit a spark under him.
Well, you know, we don't have any stats to bring you here in this game, but the one stat I can show is the 0-0 on the scoreboard, which tells us that both of these defenses have really come to play. Now, we have seen some teams struggle with some legal procedure calls and a few holding calls, but outside of that, I think it's still defense is kind of the name of this game.
I think the stats of the game are how many penalties we've had, and then the way the defenses have flown around the ball and gotten to the ball to keep the offenses really backed up in long possessions, and we have not seen a whole lot of passes, and that's the key when you get backed up, is passing the ball. So maybe we'll see a little bit of that in the second half.
Well, Travis, you're the South Carolina guy. Both of us played football and coached it and been around the game. You're our resident expert for Team South Carolina. If you're the coach in the locker room, what are you going to tell these young men to start the second half?
I tell you what, on offense, we're going to jump in that Wildcat, and we're just going to run. We're going to try to get to the outside and get around. On defense, there's nothing I would change for both teams. I would keep plugging, keep getting after the ball, and that's how we're going to start with South Carolina on defense and North Carolina on the offense.
Well, TJ Person's going to hand the ball off again. Once again, that is Quintus Hines with the ball.
And guess what? Another flag. Story of the game.
Another flag and another big stop by that South Carolina defense. Imagine that.
Trying to catch what the flag is.
Holding will be the call against North Carolina. So that will back it up once again. And again, that seems to be a reoccurring thing for both of these teams, playing very deep behind the chains. And in a game, obviously, you know, you're just trying to get first downs and build some momentum. But when all of a sudden it's 1st and 15 or 1st and 20, it just completely changes your offensive philosophy.
Yeah, 1st and 20. When you don't have a quarterback that can throw the ball, it makes it tough. And right now we have seen no life in the passing game for either team. So it looks like they're going to have to run, and a 1st and 20 is a long way to go.
Two running backs in the backfield. Person is going to hand the ball off. That is once again Hines, but he is met immediately by that rough and tough South Carolina defense.
That's number 38, Alex A1 Davis again, filling the gap and making sure that the running back could not get to the outside.
It's got to be pretty good to have A1 in your name. I mean, that's just, I don't know. That he's got superstar written all over him.
I'm pretty sure he named himself, but that's okay. I like it. And the way he's playing, he can have it.
No kidding. I know if I'm the coach of his team, you know, we're just going to keep letting him make plays on that defensive side. Second down and long. Person's rearing back.
Oh, wow.
Deep ball. Do we going to have had a receiver wide open, but also had a big play there. That was number 1 for that South Carolina defense. He came in there at the last minute and really broke up that long pass completion.
Yeah, Jaden Wilkerson got in the way of that pass, but good gosh, we were sitting here talking about not being able to throw the ball, and the quarterback for North Carolina just dropped back and slung one about 30 yards.
Yeah, again, that is TJ Person. And we're going to take a look at it right here on the replay. Just look at that ball. I mean, that looks like at least a good JV football player.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's a very good arm for a young man.
Yep, you got to make that play. But here we go again with the flags on 3rd and long. Looks like it's going to be a false start on the offense. And that's what it is.
So that's going to bring it back to about a 3rd and 26. And that really hurts your defense, because now, assuming that you're unable to convert on this first down, that's going to have North Carolina's offense or South Carolina's offense starting near midfield.
If they don't go anywhere here, it'll be the best starting position of the day.
Slant pass across the middle, incomplete. That was intended there for number 10. Joey Thompson.
And number 12, Bryson Sprouse on the coverage for the South Carolina team. Another pass that could have been caught for a big play, dropped.
And that crossing route, that was a slant route right across the middle. Had he been able to complete that to Thompson across the middle, he had a lot of running room. He certainly would have gotten a first down and then some.
Yeah, he may even scored. There was nobody really out there. Number 12, Bryson Sprouse, was trailing him, but I'm not sure he could have caught him if he'd have caught that pass on the run like that.
Well, as we mentioned, South Carolina's going to take over in North Carolina position. They're going to have it first down and 10 at the 45-yard line. Anytime you can start the ball on the opponent's side of the field, on the opponent's side of the 50, that greatly increases your chances of scoring.
And it looks like they're going back to that Wildcat. What was really the only thing that worked for him in the first half.
Once again, McKee's going to razzle-dazzle, juke and jive his way all the way out near first down yardage. That is a very good-looking effort by Dylan McKee.
Yeah, number 50, Jalen Banner on the tackle as well. And it looks like we're going to get a replay of this again.
And you think about it, number 50 right there, Banner, these are the two best performers on offense and defense for North Carolina. We've seen that 50 flying around the ball all day as well. But these seem to be two of the guys that have really gotten it done thus far for both of these teams.
Yeah, now if we can just stay out of penalty trouble, looks like South Carolina's got a chance to move the ball down the field already across the 40 and moving closer to the end zone.
Full house backfield. McKee with the quarterback. He's going to hand it off this time. And wow, that runner has nowhere to go.
Travion Young, number 5, again in the backfield, making the play on the running back. Really he had some room to run on the outside, but number 5, Travion Young, made a great play stepping up and almost getting the face mask but missing it and making sure that he went nowhere. Of course, there we go from second and short to now third and long.
And that was Jaden Blanton on the carry for Team South Carolina. Third down and 5, direct snap to McKee. McKee's going to take it to the left side of the field, and he's going to put the ball on the ground. It looks like he will be able to recover. For a moment, it looked like he had some daylight to maybe take it all the way to the first down marker. But with that fumble, Travis, it looks like he's going to be back to the original line of scrimmage.
Yeah, and again, number 50, Jalen Bonner on the play. You're coming to the right side. He's going to come up and hit you. Another turnover that the offense kept.
Well, you've got the ball 4th down and 5, 4th down and 6, mid-range. You're on the opponent's side of the field. That is a no-brainer. You're going to go for it in this situation, especially in a 0-0 game. Hank Davidson at quarterback. He's going to toss it to number 7. That is Noah Dawkins, who's going to gain a few yards, but it's just not going to be enough to get the first down. So going to be another turnover on downs.
Yeah, anything they've tried to run up the middle on either side of the ball is tough. These defensive line and linebackers are stepping up in the gaps and making sure they can go nowhere. One of these teams has got to get one to the outside and break it for there to be a score.
And there you see Gomez right there, number 6 in your screen. Just right there, what a defensive effort he's had all day. Let's take a look at this replay. Ball coming in there, but Gomez, I mean, he got a hold of the running back's legs, and he just would not let go. But anyway, North Carolina takes over. TJ Person looking to pass. No, he's going to keep the ball. He's going to run. He's going to juke and jive. Cross midfield, fumble on the ground. It's going to be recovered.
There's our first turnover
by South Carolina. Although, hold the phone, we do have a few flags on the play, so let's make sure that we get the...
It looked like number 8, Jaden Blanton on the recovery.
We do have a flag, though. I think it's going to go against the offense, but let's see.
Looks like a sideline warning. So it looked like number 8, Jaden Blanton for the South Carolina team with our first turnover. And like we said at the beginning of the game, penalties was one of the biggest takes in how this game would turn out today, and South Carolina getting the first one.
Yeah, and just look at Person. He looked like he was going to run. All of a sudden decided to keep it cross midfield. Looked like he had plenty of daylight, but just could not hold on to that ball. And we mentioned that there are keys to the game, Travis. Turnovers, turnovers, turnovers. You can't win a lot of football games when you lose the turnover battle. South Carolina back on offense. McKee's going to get it, but he has got nowhere to go. Number 52 right there puts a stop to that effort.
Yeah, that's Shiro Crosby. He made a big play in the first half, now coming up with one in the second. And again, 2nd and long.
All right, clock is continuing to move its way down here in the 3rd quarter of play here, the 6th annual Carolina Bowl Youth Showcase.
I do think South Carolina's best bet's to stay in the Wildcat. Looks like they've gone back out of it for this play, though.
Well, we do have some hardware to give away at the end of the game, and you know, you're starting to see some of these players that are making it happen in crunch time. Inside zone handoff right there to number 7. That's Noah Dawkins.
And Noah gets him some yards to make it third and not so long.
And there you go. Dawkins had some daylight. And once again, that's a name we've called all day. Gomez, he has been right there.
Yep, Antonio Gomez. He's all over the field today. If we're looking for MVPs, we're starting to narrow down some on both sides for sure.
Absolutely, there's no question. Davidson now at the snap. He's going to hand it off one more time to number 7, Dawkins. Dawkins is looking for some space. Man, those defensive guys are flying around, Travis.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get an eye on who it was. That looked like number 15 for North Carolina, and that is Braden Pope. First time we've called his name today, but he plays. Looks like he plays outside linebacker, so it's tough to get to him when the defensive line's playing so well.
Yeah, you had Dawkins right there looking for space, and he was juking and jiving. You know, he was doing some really good things, but again, Gomez and that North Carolina defense kind of collapsed down on him. But let's look at the situation right here, Travis. We got it 4th down. Ball is in your own territory. But it looks like the offense is going to go for it. It's a little bit of a risk at this time of the game, still in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, you never want to leave the ball on the other side of the field. It looks like South Carolina has now called a timeout, and they're probably going to punt.
All right, well, we're going to take a break. We'll come back to the action on the other side of these messages.
My name is William Thompson, better known to the sports world as Willie T. Zoombang is here to provide protective gear for all of your teams. We are a stock and custom gear provider that is 30 to 40% better than our competitors.
I've spent a large part of my career building product to help athletes perform better. And while Zoombang is not going to help you run faster or tackle better, it is going to provide that level of protection that you need to perform at your highest potential.
From the start of when he got the pads and he put them on in the house, he was a complete different kid.
I've noticed a difference. The helmets is a lot lighter. The helmets are safer. They don't know. They just think it look cool.
Zenith is the reason that he's actually on the field.
Zenith just fits better. It works for them. They love it.
All right, we got a timeout here on the field. 34 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter of play here in the 6th Annual Carolina Bowl Youth Showcase, coming to you from Gaffney, South Carolina, here at the reservation, Travis. A lot of big-time football played here, and we've got a big-time game on our hands at the moment.
Yeah, we got a big-time game here, and I'm starting to get excited about that senior showcase that's going to come up at 4 o'clock. We got a lot of big-time players that will be playing in that game with a lot of big-time opportunities after they leave here today.
Well, we've already got a pretty good crowd on hand for this game, but you see a lot of cars kind of filing in that parking lot up there. I think it's going to be a big night for football here. If you're watching on the live stream and you're anywhere within driving distance, I would encourage you to get here. But we've got a 1st down and 10. Quarterback TJ Person is looking. He's going to scramble this way. Is he going to be able to get out of there? Now he escapes the pocket looking for daylight. He's going to run. Hold on to the ball. That's a lot of running, not a whole lot of yards gained, but it certainly looked good, Travis.
I'll tell you what, Carter Calvert made a big play right there on defense, because if he wouldn't have made that play, he had plenty of sideline to get to.
Well, the clock is running inside of 10 seconds. I'm not sure that we're going to get a playoff. In fact, I'm almost certain that we're not. I think that's going to bring the conclusion of the 3rd quarter of play here from Gaffney. And there goes the horn. 3 in the books. Still got a 0-0 game, Travis.
Defensive game, that's all we've seen. But the penalties in defense is the story of this game. We've had 1 turnover, and again, we said that was the key to the game. And in South Carolina's Jaden Blanton's the only one that's recovered a fumble or gotten an interception. But we're still locked in at 0. North Carolina's got the ball in their own territory.
Well, we're set for the final stage. The 4th quarter of action's on its way, coming to you here from the reservation in Gaffney. The Carolina Youth Showcase. We'll be right back.
My stomach touch.
All right, we're back here to the reservation in Gaffney, and we got a big play here to start the
what a perfect time
quarter,
to start the fourth. We got
we've got
two
flags everywhere.
One coming from both sides. And let me mention, Chris, when you were talking about tickets or getting over to the game, you can jump on Carolina Bowl's Twitter at Carolina_Bowl and get your tickets online if you want to scoot over here today. Also nice to follow the game. Whether you're a fan, a parent, grandparent, whatever it is, if you do Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, those, please get on and follow the Carolina Bowl. There's a lot of good stuff from throughout the week with the youth and the senior showcase.
Absolutely. Great weather, great experience. I've seen some good food out there on the concourse. I think it's going to be a big-time day for football. Again, we're in the fourth quarter. Just to kind of update those of you who may be watching, we are in a running clock situation, so we're already under 5 minutes of play. And once again, there is another flag. It looks like the handoff is going to go to Quintus Hines once again.
And we talk about we coming up with MVPs at the end of this game right now. I think the MVPs are the refs. Their arms have got to be sore from throwing those flags.
Well, and also these defensive players. I mean, we've seen some great efforts from the defenders on both sides, hence the 0-0 score. I think there's a few offensive guys who have kind of made some plays, though, who have really stood out.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's possible, you know, it's not out of the realm of possibility that we could see a turnover right here and a defensive score settle this.
Yeah, the North Carolina team's got their back to the wall right now.
There you see, that is number 1. Again, that is Quintus Hines.
And also number 1 on defense for South Carolina, Jaden Wilkerson, making a good tackle on the sidelines.
Well, the clock continues to run, 4:04 and counting. It's going to be a 3rd down and long, looking at about 3rd down and 15 right here. I know that if the offensive coordinator, the head coach for Team North Carolina over there, you know, that certainly limits the calls that you want to make from the playbook right here. But with the clock ticking, you know, both of these teams really want to win this game. So, you know, the coaches are going to go out and try to give these young men the best opportunity they can to make a play.
Yeah, and last series, quarterback for North Carolina made 2 great passes. They were just dropped. I don't know if you don't try to go back to that again.
There you see it, 3rd down and 15. We got a reverse right there. That is Hines to.
And there's A1 Davis again. Alex A1 Davis making a play in the backfield on 3rd and long, which brings up 4th, and North Carolina's going to have to punt the ball.
So that is Hines with the reverse handoff to number 2. That's Yavin Crosby. But again, A1 right there to make the stop on defense. Clock is running, but now the clock. Okay, we do have a clock stoppage. 4th down.
4th down, there's 2 minutes and 55 seconds left to go. There's going to be a punt, and South Carolina's actually going to get the ball in great territory. They're going to get it on their side with a chance to drive down with 2:55 and score to win this game. I don't know if they've got a kicker that can kick a field goal or not. I haven't seen a kicker all day.
Well, we have a special teams award to give out, so we're going to find out. But the way we've seen the quarterback / Wildcat running back and Dylan McKee, I certainly think that South Carolina's got enough electricity and enough energy to get their way down to at least make a shot at the end zone. Plus, we've seen the quarterback, number 5, Hank Davidson. He's shown a good arm as well. So I think this South Carolina team, you know, statistically it's somewhat of an even game, but I feel like South Carolina has shown just a little bit more in this game. And maybe being the home team, they've got a little bit of an advantage.
Well, with 2:55 and a running clock, they're going to have to move quick, get up to the ball quick, and they've got to eliminate the penalties. The penalties are what's killing this team. And again, when the clock's running and they keep backing you up, you're in trouble. If South Carolina wants to win this game, they've got to move downfield and take it right now.
Well, there you see the coaching staffs going through the last-minute preparations during the offensive huddle before we are set to finish this game. Again, 2 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. 6th Annual Carolina Bowl Youth Showcase coming to you from the reservation here at Gaffney. Again, the game sponsored by Phenom. I want to appreciate Graphic Phenom for providing the gloves. Zoombang for the incredible gear that all the participants have wearing today. Just great looking uniforms. Everything right here is just incredible day for some football. You just got to hand it to all the staff and everybody at the Carolina Bowl. Jimmy Staten, Freddie Brown, all the people, yourself as well, Travis Kahn, that have really put this thing together.
Well, there's more names. When you're talking about Jamie Smith, some of the other guys who have really helped this game. And I tell you, you talk about Phenom. If there's anything you want to buy from today's game, PhenomElite.com is a store that you can get your Carolina Bowl gear today.
All right, Davidson is going to do the little shuffle pass to Dallas Good. Good is going to get some good yardage. Let's see, they're going to give him about half a yard, maybe a yard forward progress on there. Clock continues to run, 2 minutes and 25 seconds and counting, second down. Again, you got your quarterback, Hank Davidson, in the shotgun. Now this time we got McKee. McKee is going to roll to the left. McKee is going to throw. Does he have a receiver wide open? Oh, almost close. So that was Jordan Blanton right there, the intended receiver.
And number 5, Travion Young, was back there for the play, but the receiver was open, and if he'd have caught that ball, he might have scored.
Let's take a look at that replay right there. You had Dylan McKee, the quarterback, and he is going to sling it right there and, ooh, off the fingertips of Jaden Blanton. Great effort by both of these. Again, just a little bit short. It's going to bring up a 2nd down and 9. Now you've got the quarterback, Hank Davidson, in the backfield. Davidson's going to take the snap. He's going to roll to the left. Throws off to McKee, but again, and there you see that number 6, Gomez, Travis. He just seems to be the reoccurring theme on this North Carolina defense.
Yeah, Antonio Gomez, obviously when we start to talk about MVPs, he's looking more and more to be like the MVP of this game. And also number 14, McCarrion Jeffries on the play.
Yeah, these are certainly some young men that I can predict some big-time high school careers here in the coming years. Clock is running, 1:08 to go. 4th down and 10. South Carolina's going to hold on to it. They're going to go for it. You've got the quarterback. That's Dylan McKee again. He's had a big game offensively. Direct snap's going to go to McKee. Shakes off a tackle. Can he shake off another one? Yes, he can. Dylan McKee is racing down the right side, inside almost to the red zone, right down to about the 20-yard line. That was a big-time play by Dylan McKee, Travis.
And a touchdown saving tackle for North Carolina by Brandon Pope. But we're in a situation now where we don't have much time, 33 seconds left to go.
And you see the South Carolina players looking to the sideline, trying to play. There's Noah Dawkins right there. McKee takes snaps. McKee is going to roll to the left. He's looking downfield, fires the ball in the air. Is it going to be complete? No. Nearly intercepted, nearly complete, but it is going to be incomplete.
And I have to say, what a great play call. Trying to get the ball outside to McKee like they have been, and McKee's stepping up and throwing the pass. But a lot of blue jerseys in the way.
Yeah, I mean, almost incomplete, almost complete, but great play call. 2nd down and 10. Now the clock is rolling, and it doesn't look like South Carolina's going to be able to get a play in. You got the players running up to the line of scrimmage. The clock is running. 4, 3. Davidson, the quarterback, he's got the snap. He's looking downfield. Is he going to be sacked? Yes, he's going to be sacked right there.
Oh,
that
it's a
is
fumble.
Number 52.
The ball's
and a
on the
fumble.
ground.
And no, the officials are going to say it's down. And that is going to conclude the game. But Travis, what an exciting ending. You almost had a late second pass. You almost had a fumble go the other way.
That one was close. And number 52, Shiro Crosby, with the sack at the end of the game. I thought that was a fumble. Not sure if we could get a replay on that, but it looked like a fumble to me. And if that would have been, what a great way to end the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And just what a great game. 0-0 conclusion to this game. There you see Team North Carolina and those players coming across the field to do a congratulatory handshake with the players here at Team South Carolina as well. And now let's take a look at that replay, Travis. There you see McKee. This is when McKee was racing down the side of the field. What an incredible offensive effort from him. He certainly put on a show offensively. Again, a team, no points were scored, but there was definitely a lot of excitement. There you see North Carolina quarterback, Person, and there's that defense for both of these teams coming in there. A lot of defensive highlights in this game.
Yeah, and we're getting ready to have to pick MVPs for both games, and I think it's pretty obvious on both defenses. And then looking at the offense, obviously McKee at the running back position for South Carolina is probably going to be your offensive MVP. I know that, we had a lot of guys, Gomez, number 6 Gomez, for the North Carolina team that was flying around all day long. I'm not sure when we're supposed to pick that or who we get with to do that, but pretty soon we will be able to announce both offensive, defensive MVPs for both games. And we got to have a special teams MVP for both. With not much special teams, maybe we can pick an offensive lineman. I mean,
yeah, that'd be a good opportunity.
I mean, how about Juicy?
Yeah, absolutely. Great call. But hey, we're concluding this game. You see, we got the players on both sides that are wrapping things up here. Hey, I know we got a lot of guys tuned in, ready for the big main event here later on this evening. Let's just not forget about that. The 6th annual Carolina Bowl Senior Showcase going to be kicking off here momentarily. We'll talk about a big day for sports here at the reservation in Gaffney.
Number 11, Russell Frazier. Number 12, Tommy Miller. Number 18, Alias Austin. Number 23, Devontae Watson. Number 24, Jamari Stallion. Number 28, Matt Davis. Number 33, Albert Rebb. Number 38, Cody Hardy. Number 44, Marco Paterno. Number 48, Jalen Walters. Number 52, Carter Wyatt. Number 90, Chris Allen. Number 98, Arius Nash. Number 99, Xavier Fields. Number 19, Twan Anderson. Please give your North Carolina roster a hand. Now for South Carolina on offense. Number 3, Elijah Breen. Number 5, Davion Joyner. Number 6, Malachi Hill. Number 7, Kendall Norman. Number 8, Isaiah Whiteside. Number 10, Demetrius McKelvey. Number 11, Diriari Rogers. Number 12, Zach Chalmers. Number 18, Jarrell Watkins. Number 19, Isaac Westmoreland. Number 21, Prometheus Franklin II. Number 50, Corey Heath. Number 51, Sam Moya. Number 58, Matt Walters. Number 60, Max Gradio. Number 65, Dallas Shirley. Number 68, Hunter Turner. Number 70, Ethan Benson. Number 72, Christian Draper. Number 81, Davis Wilson. Defensive roster, number 2, Marquise Bradley. Number 9, Torrey Kelly. Number 23, Chancey Gamble. Number 24, Quan Peterson. Number 25, Boyce Bankhead. Number 85, Jakari Bryson. Number 1, Isaac McClellan. Number 28, Braylon Smith South. Number 32, Lawrence Burrows. Number 55, DJ Aiken. Number 90, Jonna Presley. Number 92, Sophia Yarborough. Number 98, Takea Shelton. Number 99, Quantrell Mathis. Number 14, Ashton Latta. Number 38, Deuce Caldwell. Number 33, 12 Mason. Number 44, C.J. Wicker. Number 48, Mikael Burris. Number 49, Jaquavius Davis. Number 52, Tanner Johnson. And number 54, David Worrell. The coaching staff for North Carolina: Jamari Evans, Robert Hill, Trip Stone, Slate Patrick, Sante Hamilton, Blaine Reynolds, Russell Stone, and head coach by Brian Helms. The South Carolina coaches: Steve Wilson, Rashad Smith, Kenny Walker, Tracy White, Fred Hamilton, Bobby Floyd, Josh Smith, Brett Whalen, Joey Steele, Perry Woolbright, and head coach Steve Bragg. Please give these teams a big hand. this time as the Gaffney RCC presents the colors of the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Bree Surratt. Please remain standing for today's prayer. Brought to you by Mr. Will Figueroa. Heavenly Father, God, we come to you today thanking you for your goodness and your greatness. Thank you for this weather. And we pray for these student athletes. God, protect them. Help them have good competition. We pray for their hearts, that they would have good attitude. God, we love you. We thank you for Christ and all that he gives us today. Amen. Please remain standing and looking toward the skies. We want to welcome the Spartanburg Regional Hospital's own Regional 1 helicopter, which will be delivering today's game ball. Ladies and gentlemen, we just received word that the game will be delayed approximately 20 minutes as we are awaiting the arrival of Spartanburg Regional 1 with the game. Folks, we want to thank Graphic Phenom, the official glove sponsor of the Carolina Bowl Senior Showcase, as well as Zoom Bang for making all this possible today. While we got time on this wait, ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you check out the concession stand. We've got plenty of refreshments for you. And also the Carolina Bowl apparel store. They got the truck located right outside of the concession stand on the home side. Thank you.
to the helicopter. 3 minutes.
And it's Chamber of Commerce guys here in Gaffney, South Carolina. We're here at the reservation of Gaffney High School for the 6th annual Carolina Bowl, the senior showcase being played today between the best All-Stars from the state of North Carolina facing off against 44 of the best All-Stars from the state of South Carolina. I am Chris Hughes, and I'll be joined alongside Travis Kahn as we bring you the action today for this 6th annual game here in Gaffney. And Travis, a lot of anticipation, a lot of big-time college recruits, just a lot going on here in Gaffney, but I think we're set the stage for a great time this evening.
Yeah, we got a bunch of young men here who will be going on to the next level. A lot of guys going on to Division I football careers here in the next couple months, signing day coming up. And I believe we're going to get a really good football game between a good North Carolina and a South Carolina team.
Yeah, we've got a great crowd that has been filing its way in here to the stadium all afternoon. For those of you who did not join us earlier, we were treated to a delightful youth showcase game between the Youth Stars of North Carolina against South Carolina. Travis, that worked its way to a 0-0 tie. Now, we did have some incredible action on the field, but defense was the name of the game. But in this high school game, I think we're going to see some of these offensive stars really give us a really good show this evening.
Well, like I said in the last game, the junior showcase game was 5th and 6th grade kids, and it's really hard to get an offense put in a couple days and rolling. And now we're here with high school kids, most of these going on to play some sort of college ball and have been the best at their schools. And I believe we're going to get a lot of big plays today, not just on the offense, but on the defense as well.
Yeah, we've got a lot of Power 5 recruits that will be a who's who of players to be on fields in colleges across this country and the Southeast next year that will be playing in their final high school game here on the field today. We have wrapped up a lot of the pregame pageantry. We just finished with the national anthem, the invocation, and now we're awaiting here in just moments the arrival of the Spartanburg Regional Helicopter that will be bringing us to game ball today.
Yeah, so we got the Spartanburg Regional Helicopter sponsored by Spartanburg Regional Hospitals, along with South Carolina State Senate and 4th District Senator Harvey Peeler to flip the coin. And what's cool about Harvey Peeler is he's been a senator since 1981.
Wow.
I think I was, let's see, 4.
I was going to say 81. That's by 5, so we're about the same age.
And he looks great.
Yeah, I was going to say, I seen him out there earlier. No question about that. Just for the record, I want to throw it out there. We could not do this game without the incredible game day sponsors that we've got today. The 6th annual Carolina Bowl Senior Showcase has been sponsored by the official game sponsor, Graphic Phenom. You're going to see some phenomenal looking gloves on these young men out there today. And Phenom Graphics, great apparel company, and we've got to appreciate their support in the game.
Yeah, we got a lot of people support just the Carolina Bowl staff, South Carolina Football Officials Association, Sleep Inn, the Hampton Inn, Elite Towing, Jostens, a lot of different sponsors that we have in the game. And right now we are awaiting the Spartanburg Regional 1 Hospital helicopter to bring us in the game ball, and it looks like it should be flying over right now.
I was going to say, I think I just heard the helicopter fly over, doing a pass over the press box. Again, the Spartanburg Regional Aircraft coming in to bring us the game ball. And, you know, that brings back memories of, you know, football from the 80s and the 70s and 80s and 90s, back when the local TV stations used to come in for stops before the game as well. But that was just always a fun environment. And to bring the game ball in, you know, sometimes we've seen parachutists come in, Army skydiving teams, but to have a helicopter bring the game ball in, and there you see it right there.
Yeah, and I know you
That's
can't
pretty
see the kids' faces, but Chris and I can, and boy, they're jacked up. This is a college atmosphere, played on a state-of-the-art field here at Gaffney High School, and helicopter is dropping on the field as we speak, bringing the game ball. Pretty cool sight.
Wow, it is so cool that I have got my phone out. I want to make sure that I'm recording this just for my own deal. Anytime you've got a helicopter, and there you see it right there, the Spartanburg Air Care bringing it in, incredible, just great atmosphere here. And there you see it right there, Air Care bringing it onto the 50-yard line to bring the game ball here to start the game here of the 6th annual Carolina Bowl, the senior showcase here at the reservation. About 5 more feet to go, and there it goes, touching down. And Travis, this is just exceptional. This is just pageantry and hoopla and just a lot of fanfare for what's going to be a terrific ball game.
I'm sure Dan Jones, the head coach at Gaffney High School, is worried about his big G in the middle of the field. But as we sit here again, we want to thank Spartanburg Regional Hospitals and Region 1 helicopter for bringing in the game ball. What a great experience for the kids. They're all jacked up on both sidelines. And here is the handoff of the ball. I don't know if Chris, if you want to talk a little bit about the referees or the captains for today, but referees today: John Price, umpire Alfonso Smith, linesman Jeff Nettles, judge Michael Rice, back judge Brad Smith, field judge Wallace Hardy, the side judge is Brian Parker. Stats today is Mark Brock, North Carolina, South Carolina sideline manager Jared Allison, and the other sideline manager is Greg Hawkins. The game clock today is Rex Godfrey, and the second clock today is Darton Collins. We appreciate them being out here for this great game. In just a minute, we'll get to the captains for North and South Carolina team.
Yeah, and I'm going to say I'm kind of stuck and awestruck over here as a fan. I'm over here with my phone videoing this helicopter because, I mean, how often is it that you get such a neat experience like that, to have a helicopter like this come and land in midfield prior to the kickoff again of the All-Star game, the Carolina Bowl, the 6th annual Carolina Bowl, played here at the reservation in Gaffney between the All-Stars of North Carolina and South Carolina. Oh, wow, there it goes, heading back to the hospital. But, man, you've just got to appreciate the effort put in by the Carolina Bowl staff and just everybody in the community to make something like that happen, because I'm going to tell you, you and I both have played football. Those guys on that field is going to remember this experience forever.
Shoot, me and you both will, as we think about it and go through this. And it's taken a lot of people to get to where we're at right now, not just for the youth game, but now we're here for the senior showcase, and both teams are heading back to the locker room so they can come out the tunnel. Another exciting thing as a football player to run out the tunnel and represent actually your state, representing South Carolina and North Carolina. Right now we have the captains walking out to the middle of the field. For South Carolina, number 5, Davion Joyner, number 21, Prometheus Franklin II, number 24, Quan Patterson, number 54, David Squires. On the North Carolina side, we have number 13, Lance Patterson, number 51, Cameron Nichols, number 7, Tymore Thompson, and number 48, Jalen Walkers. And I believe we're going to hear Jalen Walker's name a lot today, being probably the top commit that we have here at the game, committed to the University of Georgia.
Yeah, actually it's Jalen Walker, by the way, but yeah, he is the son of Curtis Walker, the head football coach at Catawba College in Salisbury. Led his team to a state championship as a junior, and yeah, he is going to be heading down to Athens to suit up for the Georgia Bulldogs here next year. One of the premier edge rushers, outside linebackers that we've seen in the state of North Carolina, and per a lot of the recruiting services, you know, one of the top nationally. So he's probably going to have a big game today.
Well, and I spoke with Jalen before the game, and just looking at Jalen, he is already D1 ready. And you can tell his dad has really worked with him to get him to where he's at. But the question I had for him, because yesterday, I'm sure we all found out, Dan Lanning, defensive coordinator for the Georgia Bulldogs, has gone on to be the Oregon head coach. and he said no problem, he's all dog.
All right, well, we just had the coin toss out there. We've got State Senator Harvey Peeler, as you mentioned, public servant here in South Carolina since 1981. North Carolina has won the toss and has deferred, so Team South Carolina is going to be getting the ball first, and what can we expect from them?
Well, with Team South Carolina, the key players for this team, let's just start with offense, and I think it's going to be number 21, Prometheus Franklin II. He is actually an alum of this game. He played his 8th grade year in the Carolina Bowl youth game. And on defense, Deuce Caldwell. That's a name you're going to need to remember. He is committed to the University of North Carolina. And like I said earlier about Jalen, he is D1 looking already.
Yeah, and for that North Carolina defense, we mentioned Jalen Walker, who is heading to the University of Georgia. You've also got Albert Red, who has had a tremendous season at Glenn High School up there in the Winston-Salem area. You've got Mac David at West Forsyth that has just had a phenomenal year. One guy who has really stood out to me in practice is Cody Hardy, defensive end from Parkwood High School. And there you see the Team North Carolina coming out of the tunnel onto the field here. And you can see a lot of excitement from those guys. I think they're ready for a ball game.
And South Carolina set to come out as they break out the gates. And another, as we talk, you see Kendall Norman coming out and cutting the flip. Kendall's probably the smallest player on the field on both teams, but probably the best athlete that we'll have out here today.
Wow, a lot of pageantry, a lot of excitement, a lot of build-up for this 6th annual Carolina Bowl Senior Showcase here at the reservation here at Gaffney High School. Should be a tremendous battle. We've got a 3rd member of our broadcast team. We don't have her on the set yet, but we do just want to acknowledge Miss Morgan Jackson, who is a senior at the University of South Carolina in Columbia. She has been a tremendous asset to the broadcast team and just the game itself this week.
She's been here all week interviewing since Wednesday when everything started. So this group has been here since Wednesday practicing and getting to know each other. And Morgan has taken care of all social media for the Carolina Bowl. She's run everything on the website at Carolina_Bowl. If you're looking to check it on Twitter. And she's done a really good job with the interviews for all the players. She's interviewed every one of these players, which is awesome. And now she'll be with us on the sidelines if we can get her hooked up here shortly.
It looks like DeRay Rogers, he comes to us from Armo High School, and Gerald Watkins from Northwestern right up here in Rock Hill is set back deep. And also, I see another one over there.
That's Kendall Norman there in the middle.
Kendall Norman set back to receive this opening kickoff here. North Carolina is still in the huddle.
Looks like number 28, Andrew Conrad, will be the kicker for the North Carolina team.
Yeah, Coach played for Coach Todd Willard at East Forsyth. They made it to the semifinals in the 4A bracket. Big time program up there in North Carolina, but Andrew Conrad had a phenomenal year, both punting and kicking for his team. So we expect some deep kicks from him today. And it looks like the North Carolina players are breaking the huddle. Interesting that they're still in the huddle, just kind of the way it's looking. You almost have to wonder.
We got some trickery going on here.
I've just got to say, you got to wonder if there may be some trickery right here. Maybe North Carolina try to sneak in an onside kick. And there you can see those bright neon gloves from our sponsor, Graphic Phenom. They really look really good on that camera from that far away.
They do, and Phenom has given every one of these players a pair of gloves to wear in this game today.
Well, the kickoff is going to be into the end zone for a touchback to start the game. And that's it. The 6th annual Carolina Bowl, the Senior Showcase here in Gaffney, South Carolina, has kicked off. 15-minute quarters, just a little bit different from the typical high school quarters of 12 minutes. You know, these guys, most of them will be playing at the collegiate level next year on Saturday, so why not get them ready today?
Yeah, and another key thing to mark, too, is that the ball has changed. So they're playing with a college-style ball, college-size ball. So it may be a little bit different for these quarterbacks in the beginning. They've been practicing all week, but we'll see how they do in game time.
Full wide receiver set. You got 2 receivers to the top side, 2 receivers to the bottom side. Quarterback is checking the wrist, getting the play in from the South Carolina coaching staff. Checking in under pressure. Quarterback is going to scramble, slides forward, gain of about 2 yards. There you see number 6 and number 48. That's Jalen Walker. We've already talked a lot about him for that North Carolina defense. Also,
well, as you see here on the replay, Prometheus Franklin II, that's where he could be dangerous in the run game. He could throw the ball as well. So North Carolina has got to make sure that they stop him in the run and the pass as well.
absolutely, a run up the middle, a lot of daylight, close to first down. That will be first down yardage. That is a quick hitter right up the gut for this Team South Carolina offense. First time we're going to have a first down in this game.
And that's Elijah Perrine, and I'm excited, Chris. The last game we didn't have but 2 or 3 first downs, and already we've got one here in the beginning of the senior showcase.
Got a tempo offense already for this Team South Carolina team. 3-by-1 set, 3 receivers to the bottom side of your screen. Zone read, going to hand it off, and he has nowhere to go. That North Carolina defense is right there on the spot to make that tackle. Right there you see number 52 for North Carolina coming in, and we'll take a look at that replay. That is Carter Wyatt, middle linebacker from West Brunswick High School in Charlotte. That's all the way down at the coast. Carter Wyatt kind of coming in there to finish things off. Also number 19.
That's Twan Anderson from Westover High School. And we've already got an injury for the North Carolina team. I can't catch the number. It looks like number
Deshaun Watson.
Number 54.
Deshaun Watson from Mount Tabor High School, which is in Winston-Salem. And we're going to try to give you a geography lesson between Travis and myself. I think we've got both of these states covered very well. Might give you some tidbits about the towns and coaches and just a lot of the uniqueness about the players, because when you got 2 states that border one another, have so much in common, but yet they also have a lot of towns and things that are just unique and different. So I think we're going to try to educate you guys the best we can.
Yeah, and all during the week, these guys got to know each other, and a lot of them will be going on to play college ball together.
Absolutely. We'll certainly see some of these guys face off in the SEC, the ACC, and even at some of the local smaller D2 levels. A quarterback drop back, being pressured. He's going to make some running room. He's going to slide. Good pickup for Team South Carolina to get close to the original line of scrimmage. Let's take a look at this right there. He makes the decision to run, and that's Prometheus Franklin II. Got to make sure.
Well, Prometheus is already using his brain and getting down. He's already got the college quarterbacking down. Make sure you don't take those big hits.
6'3", 195-pound senior from Greenville High School.
And like I said before, Chris, he is a Carolina Bowl alum, so we've seen him play a lot over the last couple of years.
All right, we've got a 3rd down and 11 situation right here. Franklin scanning the defense. He's going to throw it deep, and it's going to be a completion close to first down. We're going to look at the spot. It looks like it will be slightly short.
It's going to be short by about a half a yard. That's Jarrell Watkins out of Northwestern High School, coached by Paige Walford. AD up there, Jimmy Duncan, got a good program over there at Northwestern High School.
Northwestern has been a phenomenal program for years. Think back to the godfather of that program, Jimmy Moose Wallace, won a lot of titles up there over the years. 4th down, Team South Carolina's going to go for it, looking to the sideline for the play. Franklin's looking at his wristband, checking with his running back. Looks like they could be trying to draw that North Carolina team offsides. There you go. You've got the timeout now. 12 minutes and 9 seconds to play here in this opening quarter of action. I just think you got both these teams kind of filling themselves out.
Yeah, I do. And I think on that play, Prometheus had a play called. Looked like he was going to take the snap and run to the left, but there was an edge rusher eyeing him down. It looked like he kept trying to check out of that, which was smart. Because it looked like he might have gotten teed off on. If I'm South Carolina in an all-star game like this, 4th and a half a yard, I'm going for this. I'm going to line up big and go get it.
I was going to say, you played football, Travis, so what do you think? You got a quarterback, you get him under center, do you do a zone read, do you try to read an end and maybe an RPO? What's your call right here?
Well, I'm all about falling forward. When you've got that short of a yardage to go, I'd line up and under the center and just try to get it. But it looks like South Carolina's going to early take the punt and play field position.
A little bit of a high snap. Kick is off. That was Devery Cagle, the 6'1", 178-pound kicker from Eastside, and it is going to be down at the 19-yard line. So
And I'm going to tell you, Jalen Walker was an inch away from blocking a punt and making a big play. I tell you what, that's a big-time athlete right there.
Yeah, I think Jalen Walker is going to show us all why he was signed very early to the University of Georgia, and he had a who's who list of schools looking at him. And there you see the North Carolina offense coming onto the field. There you see athlete Daniel Dawson goes in your screen. You got quarterback there.
I'll tell you one thing early, I guess they've been taught in practice to get down. These quarterbacks are both sliding now. Took a hit right there at the end of that play, but they have been taught get down, don't get hurt.
And that's Xavion Brower, and it took me a second to be able to see the number from this high. Xavion Brower from Butler High School in Matthews, which is just right there in the Queen City of Charlotte. His coach is the head coach of this game. Brower's going to throw it there to the outside pass, and looks like it will be enough to move the chains for Team North Carolina. But his coach, Brower's coach, Brian Hells from Butler High School, he and his staff are part of the coaching staff here for the North Carolina team, for this Team North Carolina program. It's going to be a first down and 10.
Yeah, good tackle on the outside by number 24, Captain Quan Patterson from South Point High School, which is another school right there in Rock Hill.
Pistol formation for this Team North Carolina offense. Brower looks over to his head coach to get the play. Coach Brian Hills will be the offensive coordinator for this game as well. Brower's going to scramble here to his left side. He's going to keep it, run for what he can, and he makes it out of bounds. Not enough to move the sticks. It's probably going to make it a second down and about 5. But anytime you can move 5 yards on first down, and we'll see it right here. You see Brower scrambling to the left side. I think he was thinking run the whole time. But anytime you can go 2nd and 5 instead of 2nd and long, I think that gives you a lot of selections.
Stay ahead, and being in 2nd and short instead of 2nd and long is key.
Brower now in the shotgun, got a running back to his side. Is he going to hand it off? Yes, he is handing it off. No gain, though. That defense right there for South Carolina, and you see a host of those white jerseys right there. Just totally ate that run up.
That was number 90, Jonah Freshley from Conway High School.
And let's just take a look at the replay right there, and he had absolutely nowhere to go. It's going to bring up a 3rd down and 5. Brower already in that pistol. Okay, now he's going to take a look over to the sidelines once again, and that's something we've seen in football for many years. Out of the pistol now into a shotgun set. He's going to scramble to the right side of the field, looking downfield. We got a pass up there, will be complete. Be a first down for this Team North Carolina. Pass completed to Daniel Dawson of Smithfield Selma High School. Coach Dawson played for Coach Durant Donald there at Smithfield, had a big year for them. Get this Team North Carolina offense up here near midfield. 10 minutes to play here in the opening quarter. One thing I've noticed throughout practice and just in personnel groupings already today, Coach Hales is going to move a lot of different players in at these skill positions. Brower scrambles out of bounds, forced out of bounds right there. Travis, that was number 48, Mikael Burris from York High School.
Yeah, and it seems like Brower is run first, pass second. He gets that run, and he made a good throw just a second ago, going the opposite way of the way he throws, which is tough. So,
you know, the rules the way they are these days seems to be they favor the offense more so than the defense. But, you know, we saw in that youth game where the defense just really ruled, but in this game you've seen these offensive playmakers just kind of having their way. Brower's going to get it off one more time. Again, that is Dawson on the reception, crossing midfield. We'll bring up a 3rd down. 3rd down, very manageable. Again, when you get that 3rd down and 3, it gives you a lot of options as a play call. There you see him right there. That is Daniel Dawson.
And a good tackle, I guess, first down saving tackle by Jakari Bryson, 6'3", 185, another kid out of Northwestern High School.
It's going to bring up 3rd down and 3 here for Team North Carolina. They do have the ball in South Carolina territory, crossing the 50. Broward checks us to play. Screen pass to the far side of the field. Not going to be enough for the first down, although that was a completion. That was number 19, Jaden Watkins, who plays at, I think that was 19. Yep, number 19, Jaden Watkins from Asheville School.
That was a risky throw on third down, a long way to go, but now you have a fourth down and about 1 yard to go.
Brower with the ball. Oh, and he's going to go forward, and he ain't going to make it, Travis. That South Carolina defense bowed up and made the big play. There you see right there, number 48 for South Carolina. That's Burris one more time from York.
Mikael Burris, I tell you what, he stayed home and made a heck of a play because that was a total confusion. I would have tried to hit the fullback up the middle. Quarterback pulled, tried to go around the outside, and Burris was there, again, out of York, South Carolina, waiting on him.
Yeah, and you mentioned a lot of run-first action from Xavier Brower, the North Carolina quarterback, but South Carolina was waiting on that. It's like they knew where he was going to go, just gave him no time whatsoever to make a play. So a turnover for Team North Carolina. South Carolina's going to take the ball over now on the 46-yard line. Great field position. Snap handing off there, and that North Carolina pursuit right there. A host of North Carolina defenders. There you see him one more time, number 52, Wyatt from West Brunswick High School.
Yeah, number 6, McKiley Hill from Wren High School, coached by Jeff Tate there in Anderson, South Carolina. Small back, but looks like he's pretty quick.
It's going to bring up a 2nd down and 12 now for Team South Carolina. Screen pass out there to the outside. It's going to bring up a 3rd down again, about a 3rd down and manageable situation. I always like to talk about it, you know, as a former offensive play caller myself. Once you get in those 3rd down and manageable, it's just so much easier to call up a play. Here you see Demetrius McKelvey from Fort Dorchester. You're going to talk about a big-time program in South Carolina. Pressure coming from North Carolina. Quarterback scrambles out to the right side. Is he going to better do anything? No, he's going to get to the outside. That was a little bit of a late hit by Wyatt, and there comes the flags from the officials. Travis, especially in this day of player safety, they're going to err on the side of caution. You just can't make that hit right there on that sideline.
Yeah, and we're right here on that sideline. He was a little bit out of bounds. And in a game like this, when you're trying to stay healthy, there's going to be flags thrown like that. I tell you what, I believe is that the first flag we've had of the game?
I believe so. I do believe so. And now the quarterback, just to throw it out there, that was Isaiah Whiteside, quarterback at Irmo High School. He's a 6'2", 190-pounder, plays for Coach Aaron Brand down there at Irmo. And that's going to move the ball 15 yards deeper into North Carolina territory. You know, you think about that mistake right there. You kind of pair that with not converting on 4th down. That's 2 big plays now that have set Team South Carolina up in very good position. And that play was going nowhere.
Xavier Fields,
Xavier
Holders High School.
And he is one of the players that I heard Team North Carolina coaches talking about that just had a very exceptional, and there you see him right there, Corinth Holders. Plays for Coach Adam Kavari. Big time play there for that big guy, number 99. Kind of reminded me of Juicy from that first game.
Yeah, if you didn't watch the first game, Juicy, that's one of the names that that we really liked calling out during the game. Had a great game for the youth.
Whiteside scrambles to the right side, unable to connect with the receiver on that. And it's going to bring up a 3rd down and 15. You know, that this coaching staff, you know, they don't want to squander that great field position they've gotten from the North Carolina penalty. But you also got to wonder, you know, we've got a game like this with some exceptional kickers. You know, we've already seen Cagle on the kickoff. You know, I think that field goal range is probably pretty far out for both of these teams.
Yeah, and we've got a quarterback here with Whiteside that can throw. He threw for 2,500 yards and 25 touchdowns this year.
Ball's on the ground, scooped up by Team North Carolina, and that is going to be a turnover for North Carolina. That is number 33 coming in there for North Carolina. That's Albert Red, or no, 33. Yep, that's Albert Red from Glenn High School. Big time play. You know, every year, every game we see, it seems like they always come down to about 4 or 5 key plays that determine an outcome. And that one there, you know, South Carolina was driving, and there you see Albert Red right there to come in. Johnny on the spot to pick up that loose ball.
That looked self-inflicted too. It looked like he ran into the back of his lineman and the ball just popped out.
So North Carolina is going to take over 1st and 10, ball on the 41-yard line, 6.5 minutes or so to play. You still got Xavier Brower, the quarterback. He is scrambling, and he's going to move and almost move near the sticks. Very good pickup on 1st down for Team North Carolina and Brower.
Yeah, good 9 yards on 1st down. That always helps bring you to 2nd and a couple. Opens the playbook up a whole lot more.
North Carolina's going with a quick tempo. Brower in the pistol, a couple claps. Now they're going to reset, look to the sideline, and see what we get right here. 2nd down and short. Brower's going to stay in the pistol. 2 receivers on each side. Got a runner in motion, and we've got a flag on the play.
Going to be offsides on number 90 for the South Carolina team. Jonah Freshley.
And let's wait for the call from the official. No, sir, that is going to be an illegal procedure, a false start against Team North Carolina. It's going to back them up. It's going to bring up a 2nd down and 7.
That kind of shocked me. I'd like to watch that again because sure looked like the nose guard was in the backfield.
There you see it right there. That's number 54, J.L. Birch, the center from Olympic High School. Olympic right there in Charlotte. There you see him.
Got by with one right there.
2nd down and 7. Team North Carolina, 4 receivers, 2-by-2 set. Brower's your quarterback. Receiver in motion, and it's going to be a handoff. That is number 11 for North Carolina, and he has got some momentum heading deep into South Carolina territory. That is Jabri Conrad, a 6'1", 225-pounder out of Thomasville, North Carolina, plays for the historic Thomasville Bulldogs, big-time program. Let's take a look at that again. You're just going to see Brower right there, a little outside zone, and Conrad does the rest.
Yeah, and a touchdown-saving tackle by Tanner Johnson from Lexington High School right there.
1st down and 10. Quarterback Xavier Brower, again looking over, getting the call. You can see Coach Brian Hells and that staff signaling into plays. Brower's going to look deep. He's going to scramble, looking deep ball. He's got a receiver wide open. Is he going to hold on? No, incomplete. But boy, that was almost a touchdown right there.
God, he was wide open. If he'd have just got that ball out a little sooner. And Marquise Bradley out of Gaffney right here on his home field, making up ground and making sure that he does not catch the football.
Yeah, that was Lance Patterson from Mount Tabor High School up in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Back North Carolina played their 2021 season in the spring. They had a spring season. The Mount Tabor won the 4A championship in 2020, and Lance Patterson had a phenomenal football season. It's going to bring up 2nd down and 10. 3 wide receivers for Team North Carolina. And now we've got a timeout on the field. Coach Brian Hills wants to think about it. And all right, we've got 4 minutes, 54 seconds remaining here in the opening period of play. We're going to take a break with the team right now. You're watching the Carolina Bowl here, and we'll be right back.
This is your game. You live it, breathe it, dream it. And so do we. We design it, test it, build it, and repeat. This is what we live for. From playing, to training, to living. This is what you live for. Zenith. Live your game.
All right, we're back here in the action at the reservation in Gaffney. 2nd down and 10. Brower looking deep. He's going to scramble to the right side. Now he's looking forced out of the pocket. What's he going to do? And Travis, he is brought down way in the backfield by that South Carolina defense.
Yeah, we've got our first sack of the game. Looked like number 98, Hilton from Gray Collegiate Academy.
Yeah, you just look at it right here, and, you know, Brower did everything he can to move about, but that pursuit was just too much for that South Carolina team. Not going to make head football coach Brian Hales happy, the head coach of this North Carolina team. Brian Hales, the head coach at Butler High School, very successful program in North Carolina. Brower is going to hand the ball off right up the middle. Big yardage right there to kind of get some of that yardage back. About 9, let's make it almost 10 yards on the carry. That is number 23 for North Carolina.
That brings us to a 4th down and about 15.
23, that's Clevante Wilson. He's listed as a safety for us, but also a running back for Smithfield-Selma. So that's 2 Smithfield-Selma athletes that are making big-time plays for this team, North Carolina team.
Speaking of playmakers, we got Kendall Norman from Dorman High School back to receive this punt. He's dangerous.
High punt, great hang time, a good North Carolina bounce. That team's going to be right there and waiting on it. You want to talk about flipping the field and getting some good field position. They have really put this South Carolina team in a hole to start this possession.
Yeah, the way the defenses have been playing, this is going to be tough for South Carolina, and there's nothing really Kendall could have done about that. It just took a really good bounce.
You see number 48 right there, Jalen Walker. We've already talked about him a lot on the show, the Georgia-bound linebacker. He is, you know, he may have his ears pinned back. This might be a good position for him to maybe put 2 points on the board.
It could be. I mean, sitting on the 3-yard line, anything's possible. I'm waiting to see who's going to come in. It looks like Prometheus Franklin's back in at quarterback.
Good deal. I know we've got a lot of listeners out there and a lot of viewers watching us on the live stream out there. Several of them have been sending us messages. A lot of coaches that have sent us some messages out there watching it. We appreciate you guys. Quarterback's going to throw a screen out to the sideline and doesn't have a lot far to go on that one, Travis.
No, not far to go, but at least they've gotten themselves out from basically the end zone. Now they open up the playbook a little bit more than they could have.
Yeah, that was Marco Paternio, the linebacker from Heritage High School. They had a big-time year up there in Wake County in the capital city of Raleigh, North Carolina. Going to bring up a 2nd down and let's say 7-yard lines. 7 to go. 4 receiver set. Quarterback's going to keep it, throw it again one more time to that sideline, and they're going to have some big yardage near a 1st down, Travis.
Looks like they did get the 1st down there. He's just crossed the line, and they were being super safe with those screens there. And it ended up working out for them. It is going to be a 1st down for the South Carolina team.
Let's just take a look at the replay right there, and there you see him right there. That is Prometheus Franklin II, zipping it out there to the receiver. That is number 5, Davion Joyner, 6'1", 180-pounder from Fort Dorchester. I think Coach knows a little bit about him.
Yeah, I believe he's got a cousin that plays at South Carolina. Is that correct?
I think so.
At least the name matches, right?
First down and 10, 4 receivers set, and he has nowhere to go. Met right up in the middle by that team, North Carolina defense. Several of those guys doing some celebrating. Now, those are some big boys. Now, look at them. Look at that right there, number 19 for Team North Carolina. Let's just take a look at the replay to find out who came in there and took care of business. That's 19 all day long.
Yeah, that's the 2nd big play Twan Anderson's made today.
2nd down, 10 for Team South Carolina. Ball's on the 15-yard line. Franklin's going to scramble to the right, looking downfield. He's going to get it off. Yes, he's going to dump it off there. And big yardage for a 1st down, dumping it off to Zach Chalmers, big 6'4", 200-pounder from Newberry.
Yeah, and he was real close to the line of scrimmage, made a really good play, made a really good pass to get the 1st down. South Carolina's on the move, being backed up at their 3-yard line, now crossing the 30 to the 35.
And Travis, I always love quarterbacks who scramble with an eye downfield, you know, looking to extend the play, not necessarily looking for those cheap yards. You know, they're looking for the big home run downfield.
And Prometheus Franklin can do it all. He can run and throw.
Yeah, been very impressive early on here in the 1st quarter of action in the 6th Annual Carolina Bowl. Once again, going to dump it off one more time to Chalmers, and big yardage, and he's going to be close to another 1st down. It's going to set up a 2nd down, and let's just say 2. Clock running, under a minute to go now in the opening quarter of action here from Gaffney. Again, the Greenville quarterback, Prometheus Franklin II. Oh, and the snap comes to him, and he's going to dish it off out there to the slot receiver. That is number 11, DeRay Rogers.
And as we watch Prometheus Franklin this year at Greenville High School, he had 3,432 passing yards, 37 touchdowns. That's huge.
I think that they caught that North Carolina defense off guard. It was a really quick snap, almost like you wasn't used to it or wasn't waiting on it, wasn't ready for it. Big first down, and now Team South Carolina has moved the ball back into North Carolina territory. Offense driving. Under 20 seconds to go here in the opening quarter. Franklin with the snap. He's going to hand it off up the middle. Running room to the left side. No, not quite so.
There he
not
is.
so fast. Jalen Walker. We've talked a lot about Salisbury Hornet. Jalen Walker heading to the University of Georgia. I think we're going to mention his name a lot today.
As a Georgia fan, I'm getting excited.
Oh, yeah. Let's look at him right here. You got the running back looking to the right side, but Jalen Walker, look at that. He's got SE speed. There's no question about that. And with that play right there, we have come to the end of the first quarter. 0-0. Hey, we were used to a 0-0 game, but I don't know that this is going to last.
No, you'd think, I mean, in the first game that we had today, the 5th and 6th grade team, we had absolute zero scoring. It was kind of nothing but a defense and a penalty game. Now we've got some offense moving up and down the field. We just hadn't seen anybody get in the end zone yet.
Well, we've come to the end of the first quarter here at the reservation in Gaffney. That is 0-0 tie. We're going to be right back after these messages. And welcome back here to the reservation in Gaffney, North Carolina. It's a 2nd down and 10. Franklin takes the snap, and he has nowhere to go, Travis. Looks like we got some linemen going after it, too.
Yeah, they're getting after it. Lot going on there in the middle, and we're extending the play there. That's what it looked like to me.
Yep, playing to the echo of the whistle and maybe then some. But, you know, that's what you want as a coach or even a fan of your team. You want your big guys being very aggressive because, you know, that's football, moving a guy from point A to point B.
And now we're here in 3rd and long. We know Prometheus can run and throw. Let's see if he tries to get something deep downfield.
You know, he's going to be looking at the alignment of these safeties right here, seeing if he can dump something off with one of them screens that have been super successful. Checking the wristband. 4 receiver set, 2 on each side. Looking deep. He's going to step up in the pocket, throwing it deep all the way. He's got a receiver wide open. Can he call it?
Oh, he caught it. What a
down
catch.
To the 1-yard line. No, that is going to be a touchdown. What a play. Prometheus Franklin II all the way down to Fort Dorchester receiver Davion Joyner for the touchdown, Travis. That was a big-time play.
That was a heck of a catch. Heck of a catch. Now, I'm not sure. I'd like to see the replay. Looked to me like he was on the 1-yard line, but shoot, South Carolina will take it.
You know what? They just call it the home field advantage right here, playing this game in South Carolina. Team South Carolina got a good home call. Let's just take a look at it. Franklin's looking deep. Look at that ball. He threw that up there. And there you see Joyner bringing it in.
Oh, maybe he did roll on there.
I think he rolled over the back of the defender. I think that is, that is a touchdown. There is no question about that. Here comes Cagle's kick. It's up. It's good. And with that, Team South Carolina takes a 7-0 advantage over Team North Carolina here. 14:01 remaining in the 2nd quarter of the 6th annual Carolina Bowl, the senior showcase being played here in Gaffney, South Carolina. We saw a 0-0 game early on, Travis, but hey, that was a big-time fireworks right there.
Yeah, you said you wanted fireworks. Well, we've got it rolling, and we're still just in the 1st quarter. North Carolina's going to get their chance here coming up.
Well, both of these teams really move the ball very well. But again, Prometheus Franklin II, the 6'3", 195-pounder from Greenville, delivered the first shot to the game. And there you see Team South Carolina, the kicking team, heading out, getting ready to send this thing back over to Team North Carolina. Do you think we'll see any trickery, any onside kicks in a game like this today?
I don't think so this early. Maybe, but I think right now South Carolina's going to be safe. They got a 7-0 lead. They don't want to give North Carolina any field position right now.
Absolutely. Well, there you see Team South Carolina lining up here for the kickoff. Kicker, we mentioned him earlier already, but that's number 13. That's Devery Cagle. Kicks it deep into the end zone. That one's not going to be brought out. That's a weapon right there. 14:01 play here in the second quarter. There you see Coach Brian Hales right there in the center. You see him with the blue cap talking to his players there from that Team North Carolina offense. You know, Coach, he's just telling them, hey, don't get frazzled. You know, it's early in the game. We got plenty of time. They've moved the ball very well.
Yeah, they have. Both teams have moved the ball very well. But also on the other side, you've got two good defenses. North Carolina just needs to stay steady, keep playing, and try to put some points on the board.
First down and 10 play. Quarterback in the shotgun. That is inside zone, and it's not going anywhere. The South Carolina team has eaten that one up. But, hey, we're going to send it down to the third member of our broadcast team here at the Carolina Bowl. Let's send it to the sidelines to talk to Miss Morgan Jackson.
Thanks, guys. It's been a very hard-hitting first quarter. A few turnovers, which was expected. Some of these guys haven't played in 4 to 5 weeks. There was a no-score first quarter, but Davion Joyner just scored for Team South Carolina, putting up by 7 with a huge touchdown from Prometheus Franklin. And it looks like it's going to be a really good game. These guys are playing hard, and they're playing fast. Back to you guys.
Absolutely, Morgan. And there you see the quarterback scrambling, and he's going to run it across. He's got a first down and then some. Big-time offensive play right there, and that is Alonzo Barnett III, the big-time quarterback from Greensboro Grimsley High School, plays for head coach Darryl Brown. You know, we had our sideline reporter down there, Miss Jackson, and let's look at this replay right there. There you see Alonzo Barnett looking for daylight, found some.
Looked like he was set to run the whole time. He was ready to roll.
Just want to throw it out there, though. Our sideline reporter, Miss Morgan Jackson, down there at the University of South Carolina, two-sport athlete out of Spartanburg High School. You know, the Carolina Bowl here, you know, we're showcasing a lot of tomorrow's talent. Well, hey, she's going to be a professional for somebody as well one day. Majoring in broadcast communications. First down run to the sideline. It's going to bring up a second down. There you see the ball carrier right there. That is number 23 for North Carolina.
And another Northwestern Trojan on the stop. Yeah. That's Ashton Latta. Well, they got a lot on this squad, huh?
Yeah, that's Cavante Watson, the running back, listed as a safety. Again, playing for Coach Deron Donald. I coached with Coach Deron Donald way back in the day when I was at Douglasburg High School. Second down and 8. Snap to Barnett. Barnett's looking deep. He's going deep. He's got a receiver wide open. Can he connect? He does. Just talk about the first shockwave by Team South Carolina. Well, there you've got one from North Carolina. Alonzo Barnett, the receiver, Shalik Knott. Shalik Knott is heading to the University of Maryland. And that's a big-time play.
North Carolina was jealous and figured they'd throw one deep, too. And not bad coverage by Marcus Bradley from Gaffney High School. He was there on the coverage, just a great throw and a great catch.
Yeah, look at it right there. Alonzo Barnett, he just winds up and throws it deep. And there you've got Shalik Knott. He's a big 6'2", 190-pounder. Again, I mentioned heading to the University of Maryland. Played at Monroe High School for legendary head football coach Johnny Sal. Had a tremendous career for the Red Hawks.
Yeah, and Bradley made a touchdown-saving play earlier in the game. Just couldn't get his hand up high enough for that one. Just a perfect throw and a great catch.
Got another Union County player right here in Braden McAllister, the 6'1", 175-pound kicker from Porter Ridge High School. Kick is up, it's way, and it is good. And with 11 minutes, 55 seconds to go, in this first half of play. We got a tie ball game, Travis.
Yeah, we wanted action, and we're finally getting it in this game for sure.
Absolutely. There's going to be no 0-0 tie at the end of this one. We've got two teams that have obviously shown up ready to play, two great coaching staffs. They've had a great week of preparation here. I think the guys have had a lot of fun as well. You know, a great speaker, great events. I think just all around this 6th Annual Carolina Bowl has been an overwhelming success.
It has, and both teams have been bonding for the last couple days since Wednesday. And the cool thing about these all-star games is they get to be together as two teams all week. And then last night, they all got to hear from head coach Shane Beamer from the South Carolina Gamecocks, which was super cool for a lot of them. It was awards night, and he spoke. But it's just been a great week for both teams. And let me tell you something, classy groups, all the kids, super classy, super respectful. I've been impressed.
And that touchdown was sponsored by Zoom Bang. Every player out here is wearing Zoom Bang products under their uniforms, the pads. We've seen the commercials already on the broadcast tonight. William Thompson, Willie T, as we know him up in North Carolina, the big promoter and provider of Zoom Bang equipment. Every player out here's got it. Willie T, if you're watching, you know that you and I go back a long way. We appreciate your support here at the Carolina Bowl. South Carolina ready to kick it off, and I think this one's going to have, or North Carolina, this one's going to have a chance to be returned, Travis.
That's Kendall Norman out of Dorman, and you can see he's explosive. He just barely got shoestring right there. He may have had a chance to go.
He certainly did. Let's take a look at that replay right there. Fields it right there to 2-yard line. And you're right. I mean, if it wasn't for that shoestring grab, he was going to definitely pick up a big chunk of yardage.
And Kendall played for legendary coach David Gutshaw, who recently just retired, 29 years in South Carolina. I know he spent some years in North Carolina.
Spent about 30 years up there. I mean, you want to talk about a guy that's coached 50 years of football, won big in both states.
Won state championships in both states.
Won about 300 games in each, almost. Not quite 300 in North Carolina, but a big-time career. Really, Coach Gutshaw revolutionized offensive football when he was the head coach at Burlington Cummings back in the 80s and 90s. He was going 4 and 5 wides back before nobody else did that.
And I can brag about him. I played for him in the 90s. I was actually on the team that went to his first ever state championship. We fell short, but he had an outstanding career, and he's going to be missed in both states.
Absolutely. We got it 2nd down and 7. Oh, we got a connection right there. That's going to be 1st down yardage. That's a pass complete. That's number 10 for Team South Carolina. That's Demetrius McKelvey, 6'6", 220-pounder from Fort Dorchester.
Let's check that. It was number 18, Jarrell Watkins.
That's 18. Okay.
Another one of those Northwestern Trojans out there.
Yeah, there we go. I was going to say, I was looking at that one. I said he did not look 6'6". Chalk that one up to old age, Travis. I didn't wear my grandpa glasses today.
I tell you, when you do talk about number 10 on the outside at 6'6", I'm waiting for them to try to go deep to him. He's in man coverage out here on the left side.
Well, one more time, that is number 18 to this side, enough to move the chains, I think. Yep, one more time, we're going to move the chains again. That is Jarrell Watkins, the 5'8", 155-pounder from Northwestern. Let's take a look at it one more time. You mentioned that big 6'6" in McKelvey. He was out there blocking, setting that wall for that screen pass.
And we're seeing a lot of plays made from these Northwestern Trojans. Paige Walford out there at Northwestern does a really good job and is really well respected here in the state of South Carolina.
Absolutely. I've known Coach Walford for a while. Great guy. Handoff inside. That really had nowhere to go. You had a host of North Carolina defenders right there in the way to make that stop. I saw 33. That's Albert Red one more time again, playing for that powerful Glenn Bobcat team up there in Kernersville. And let's take a look at it. Red and also number 19 right there for Team North Carolina getting his way in there. 19 is Jaden Watkins. He's listed as a receiver, plays for Asheville School.
And also number 28, Mac David from West Forsyth in there as well.
Mac David's one of the best football players I've seen, and we're going to have some laundry right there. Had a receiver decided to take off just a little bit too soon for the South Carolina team. Was 2nd down and 12. We're going to back that up 5.
That's Jarrell Watkins. He's been catching so many passes. He's ready to get him another.
He's ready to go.
Yep.
There ain't no question about that. There you see the official signaling in the play. I got to thank all the officials and everybody out here that puts in their time and effort in this game today. Clock running, 9:50 and counting. Second down, 17. Quarterback's back. He's looking, scrambling to the outside. Under a lot of pressure from that North Carolina defense. Slings it away. And they're going to throw the flag right there for intentional grounding. That was Tamor Thompson, a big defensive end from Greensboro Grimsley. He was not going to get away from him, Travis.
Not sure if that's going to be intentional grounding or if he's, oh yeah, that's going to be on the defense. They're over there talking about it now.
Oh yeah,
looks like a horse collar instead of a.
Now that you see that, it certainly is.
Yeah, it looks like a horse collar on the quarterback. So, and the refs are over there talking about it now. So maybe they're trying to make a decision on which penalty to call.
Or it could be offsetting. Just do it again. We're not sure. We'll see. Here comes the official with the call.
Yeah, it will be a horse collar on the defense.
And intentional grounding, which will be
offsetting.
Offsetting.
So they replay.
No harm, no foul. Let's do it again. In an all-star game like this, you know, I think that's the right call.
Agreed.
This was 4th round of the state playoffs. I think the coaches would probably be having a different word.
I'm still wondering when they're going to take a chance on this outside. The Demetrius McKelvey from Fort Dorchester High School, he's just got such a big, long body, and they hadn't tried to get to him deep yet. But there's Kendall Norman on the catch here, and he is explosive.
Yeah, Whiteside to Norman, and he has running room, going to cross the 50, and I think he's good enough. Yep, they're going to move the chains. That's going to be good enough for a first down right there. Both of these young men have had a great first half. There you see Whiteside eluding the pressure, finding Norman right there in traffic. You know, anytime you get these athletes in space, they can be really dangerous.
Yeah, and like I said at the beginning, Kendall Norman's probably the smallest player on the field, but he has got the best athletic skills, I think, of anybody out here.
4 receiver set for South Carolina, 2x2 receivers throwing it to the outside, but pressure was just too great.
I don't know. I still feel like they're setting up for McKelvey deep.
I think so too, because
6X.
You know, you look at the coverage and they're playing him very, very loose on this side.
Well, and they keep trying to get to the outs, the little short outs, and he's running right by him, and the corners are starting to fly up, and just shortly they're going to hit that deep.
And you got Will Montgomery here on this bottom side, the corner from East Forsyth, and he's only 6 foot. You know, you certainly got that advantage whenever they decide to go with it. Do you have a little outside zone right there? I thought for a second he was going to rear back and do a halfback pass, but he thought better of it.
I don't think he had too much room as he got to the outside. It looked like he did want to throw the ball, but continued on with the run. That's going to bring up 3rd and long.
3rd down and 10. Starting to get the effects of the lights here at the reservation as the sun is starting to set behind us here in the stadium to the west side. Big 3rd down play right here. Ball on the 48-yard line, 3rd down and 10. Again, you got Whiteside, the quarterback from Irmo High School.
Here it comes. There he is.
And you called it, you know, hey, talk about a time to hit him. Again, that is Demetrius McKelvey, 6'6", 220-pounder. Let's take a look at that again. I think they've got that all day, and I think they know it. And you know, I think they're going to kind of pick on that when they need it.
Yeah, when they're ready to go big, they can go ahead and throw that thing up. I'm going to let him go take a chance at it.
1st down and 10, 8:20 to go. 4 receiver set, 2x2. Whiteside's going to hand it off this time to number 6. That is Malachi Hill, the 5'9", 190-pounder out of Wren High School. Gain of about 4 yards, Travis.
Yeah, and he played on a state championship as a junior at Wren High School last year.
And, you know, I see him right here. You know, you get the passes to the outside. You've got the crossing routes. You've hit Russell on a few of the, or Norman on a couple of these, but now you go back to the inside. I feel like they're trying to soften up that North Carolina defense and maybe take some of the aggression out of them.
doing a great job of just driving down the field right now.
Screen pass to the outside. Again, gain of about 5 yards. Anytime you can take positive yards on an offensive play, you're going to take that. Again, that's a pass to number 10. Is that 10? Yep, McKelvey.
No, that's Jarrell Watkins again.
Jarrell.
From Northwestern High School, and he's only 5'8", 155 pounds, but right now they're hitting the smaller, quicker receivers trying to just dink and dunk them for yardage.
There you see right there, Zach Chalmers, big 6'4", 200-pounder from Newberry. 3rd down, 5 to go. Ball on the 27. Handoff to the inside. It's not going to go for much. Once again, that's Malachi Hill. The North Carolina defense is sounded like it was waiting on it, set up a 4th down. What do you do right here, Coach?
I'm going to kick a field goal. Need points on the board right now. And in an all-star game like this, you should have a kicker that can make a field goal. Would this be about 42 yards?
Yep, it's going to be a 42-yarder. There you see him already, the 6'1", 178-pounder from East Side High School. That's Devery Cagle. Snap spot, kick is up, and
missed it left.
It missed it just to the left. That's a big defensive stand for this North Carolina team.
Yeah, that's shocking. I've watched him kick all week. He's not only a good kicker, but he's also a great punter. Looked like there was a little bit of bobble on the hold, which usually offsets a line drive kick like that. I tell you, one thing we always probably forget to mention is the offensive line. The hog mollies up front. They're both sides are doing a very good job, and we could name them, but we'll hold off on those right now. But they're doing an exceptional job holding off the defensive line right now on both sides of the ball.
Grimsley High School quarterback Alonzo Barnett's going to bring Team North Carolina back onto the field. He's going to look deep, and he's got the legs. He can run it as well. He's going to gain about 4 or 5 yards on this carry. I think that's double trouble for Team South Carolina. We've already seen Barnett's arm.
And another Northwestern Trojan on the tackle, number 1, Isaac McClellan. State champion wrestler as well.
Barnett looks over to Coach Brian Hells, gets the call. 4 receiver set. Screen pass to the far side of the field, and boy, he ain't got nowhere to go.
We keep bringing up Northwestern, but that's Ashton Latta. He jumped that quick. Ashton Latta, 5'11", 195 out of Northwestern High School, and it seems like right now Northwestern High School's come out here to play today.
Well, let's take a look at it right here. Northwestern High School's been winning a lot of football games over the years. And wow, right there, I mean, you were not going anywhere.
Now they call Rock Hill what? The Football USA, right?
Yep. Latta, the 5'11", 195-pounder, is going to bring up a 3rd down. 3rd down and 6 for Team North Carolina. 5:08 to go here in the 2nd quarter. Handoff to the outside, and the second effort's going to get the 1st down for Team North Carolina. That is number 21, Naheem Lilly, 5'9", 200-pounder out of Eastern Randolph High School, plays for the legendary coach Burton Cates. They were the number 1 ranked 1A team in North Carolina for most of the season. Fell late in the playoffs.
North Carolina's not waiting. They got that hurry up going.
They were not.
Back to the line.
And Lilly was stopped, though. It was the second effort for Lilly that really picked up that 1st down for Team North Carolina. Again, as you mentioned, North Carolina's going tempo now. Alonzo Barnett's got the offense lined up. Here comes the snap. Going back to Lilly one more time to the outside. Look at that spin move. Another spin move in the open. Wow, Lilly's starting to open up some eyes right there.
Wow, for a 200-pound running back, 2 good spins right there in the middle, and he's just shy of the 1st down. So he'll keep them 2nd and short, which we talk about it, open up the playbook, and you've got it open now.
Let's take a look at it right there. You look at the 1st spin, whoop. 2nd spin, whoop. That's a good little football play. 2nd down and 1 for Team North Carolina. 4 minutes to go, clock running, 2nd quarter. Receiver in motion, he's going to flip it to him. Little juke move, cutting it back to the inside. That will be enough to pick up the 1st down. That's Shalik Knotts once again. He scored that opening touchdown for North Carolina. Again, heading to become a Maryland Terrapin next year.
Yeah, one thing he'll learn when he gets to big-time football is to not cut back towards the middle of the field where the big linebackers are waiting on you.
First down.
3:30 to go here in the second quarter. Again, Alonzo Barnett, the quarterback for North Carolina at Grimsley High School. Going to roll to the left. Fires it out to the far side. That's going to be a complete. It's going to keep going out there. That is number 19. That's Jaden Watkins, again, the 6'3", 185-pounder from Asheville School. Going to bring up a second down and 4. Let's take a look at that one right there. Barnett rolls to the left, fires it out there, and there you see Watkins. Helps when you got tall receivers.
Yeah, it does. Great pitch and catch right there.
Barnett scrambling, looked like he was going to look deep. Now he's scrambling again. He's got Lilly out there in the open. Oh, and almost picked off.
He had his running back, number 21, Lilly open, just overthrew him and almost threw an interception.
Yeah, you can tell he had the right idea, and he was doing the right thing trying to extend the play, just overthrew him.
Well, Lilly did a great job of turning up. He was actually out here in the flats and turned up to try to help his quarterback and was open there for a second.
3 minutes and 7 seconds to go. It's a third down, 4 to go. Ball's on the 50. Barnett with the snap. He's going to hand it off to Lilly on the backside. Lilly's going to go again. That's about 3 good runs we've seen out of number 21, Naheem Lilly. Again, the 5'9", 200-pounder out of Ramseur, North Carolina, Eastern Randolph High School. Let's take a look at it one more time. Lilly's been impressive.
I'll tell you what, the way he's been playing on this drive, I'd keep feeding him the rock.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Naheem Lilly plays for Coach Burton Cates. He's won 300 games in North Carolina plus. The coaching duo of Burton Cates and his son Foster. And they've done a great job up there. This time he's going to hand the ball up the middle. That's Conrad one more time from Thomasville High School, number 11, 6'1", 225-pounder. He's a fit, you know, you got Lilly right there who's kind of elusive, and now you give the rock to Conrad, who's 225 pounds. That's a really good contrast for North Carolina.
And then there's Burris in there again from York Comprehensive High School, coming in to make another big play. We've said his name a few times
We
today.
absolutely have. Clock running. Approaching 2 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Barnett's looking deep. That's Knotts again over the middle. That's going to be enough to move the change for a first down.
And that's number 25, Boyce Bankhead from AC Flora High School. Boyce was also the leader in sales for when they're. I'm losing my mind here. Look, I can't even talk. For the programs this year.
Oh, wow.
And so he actually, and that's one thing that the Carolina Bowl does. They incentivize everybody for everything they do. But ad sales, there we go.
There you go.
And he actually, Jimmy Staten, head of the chairman of the Carolina Bowl, presented him last night with a brand new PlayStation, a brand new flat screen TV.
Wow.
And he will also receive his Carolina Bowl ring for free.
Wow.
Pretty good deal.
We'll talk about Jimmy Staten, you know, Freddie Brown, all these guys. I mean, you couldn't run this game without the efforts that they've put in. And it's not just them. I mean, I know you're a part of it as well, but you still got to have someone to kind of coordinate it and point the ship in the right direction. But, you know, just being able to get so many people rallied around this game and put on a tremendous show, it's just an incredible effort.
Well, it starts with the community. Right here in Cherokee County, they've done an exceptional job. City of Cherokee, Jimmy, Freddie, the board members, this has been going on for years, and it's not something that just pops in and you've got an all-star game. There's a lot of work that comes into everything that you've seen here today.
Absolutely. It's going to be a first down and 10 for Team North Carolina. Minute 49 remaining here in the first half of play. Again, any of you guys who are just joining us, we're coming to you live from the reservation here in Gaffney, South Carolina. Got a receiver in motion. Barnett's going to hand it off. Again, that is the Thomasville High School running back of Jabri Conrad. You got to wonder if Coach Brian Hales is trying to eat up a little bit of clock and score on the way in and not allow South Carolina to get the ball back.
Well, he's still got all his timeouts, 1:32 to go, and he's on the 20-yard line. So if I were him, I'd eat it up because you know South Carolina can score quick.
There you see the up-close shot of Greensboro Grimsley quarterback Alonzo Barnett III. Now he's going to take the snap. Looking back, a little screen pass to Lilly, but he can't quite haul it in. They had the wall set up.
Wall was set up. Lilly would have at least gotten the first down and probably would have scored with as many blockers as he had out in front of him.
All right, so now we got a 3rd down, 4 to go. What do you think we'll get right here? What's the call?
Well, I like the screenplay from the last time, but I'd probably see something rolling towards the right where his 2 receivers are.
Yep.
Or that handoff up the middle.
Conrad up the middle. Conrad again, the big 225-pounder. He's going to get the ball and certainly move the chains. He's going to line up inside the 15. Let's make it the 14-yard line.
I tell you what, this drive, they've had a really good job of working their running backs and getting the ball for positive yards every time.
Barnett looks over to Coach Hales for the signal. You do have the one-on-one matchup down here to the bottom side of the screen. I seen you pointing at it, Travis. You got Shalik Knotts. You see the press coverage, though. They're not going to give it to him. All right, there you see Barnett. He's flipping around to this side. He's sprinting to the near side of the field. Is he going to throw it up? No, he's going to keep it. He's forced out of bounds right there at about the 11-yard line. I think that's really good defense by South Carolina.
Yeah, good defense there. And now you kind of get into a clock issue. There's 30 seconds left. It's going to be hard to run the ball. You're going to have to at least try to pass or get to the outside and get out of bounds.
Yeah. You just got to tip your cap to that South Carolina defensive staff. Now, sometimes it does get a little bit easier once you get back in there. You know, it takes so much of the field away from the offense. .30 seconds remaining. Barnett scrambles to the left. Now he's going to turn around, look to the right, and he's going to sprint it in. Can he make it in? He's going to zigzag, and he's in. The North Carolina touchdown. Again, that is the Greensboro senior Alonzo Barnett III.
Great play call. And it looked like a design play. It looked like he faked left and ran back to the right. It looked like it was set up the whole time.
Absolutely. There you see the North Carolina team celebrating. Let's just look at it right there. Alonzo Barnett coming into your screen. Little juke, little jive, extends for the touchdown. That's a big-time play.
Heck of a job getting to the end zone and getting the 6.
Now you got Braden McAllister in for the kick, the Porter Ridge High School senior, and this kick is no good. And in an all-star game, you start missing points. That could really affect the team later on.
Yeah, we've seen 2 kickers step up and 2 misses.
Look at this effort by Barnett. What do you think?
I think it's great. He made a juke right here, dove to get into the end zone. I like the play call. It looked like it was set up to go to the right the whole time, and he faked back to the left. Great effort to get into the end zone to give North Carolina the lead.
Outstanding effort, and here we are, 21 seconds to go in the opening half of play. Again, here at the reservation, Gaffney, South Carolina. Lights are in full effect now as the sun is almost completely behind us. So we're going to start to get that, you know, I know we're playing on a Sunday, but we're going to start getting that Friday Night Lights feel one more time here in Gaffney. You know, this is a town that loves their football.
Yeah, and the crowd for this all-star game here at the first ever here in Cherokee County. Good crowd tonight. Little cool, but it's been great weather all together all day.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, that touchdown was brought to us by Zoom Bank. Got to thank them and everybody up there for all the support here at the Carolina Bowl Senior Showcase, the 6th annual. Again, between Zoom Bank, Phenom, you know, all the products and all the support they have given these players. That kick is going into the end zone, and again, that is always such a weapon when you prevent a team from being able to return it, get the big return.
Well, Chris, do you take a knee or you do try to score? I mean, you've got a weapon in number 10, Demetrius McKelvey out of Fort Dorchester. He's 6'6". I keep saying that, but if you can get one-on-one coverage, even double coverage on him, he's going to be able to go up and get the football. And this is a great opportunity with 21 seconds to try to chunk it down the field to him.
You know, Travis, if this was a regular season game or maybe a playoff game, I'd consider taking a knee. But this is an all-star. This is a showcase. This is an opportunity for these guys to make a play. You know, you throw it out there. Let one of these superstar athletes make a play, make a name for himself. Give these fans a show.
And we know Prometheus Franklin can throw the ball. I mean, he's thrown for over 3,000 yards this year. It just looks like South Carolina is just going to run the clock.
Up inside handoff goes for minimal gain. It's going to bring up a 2nd down and 7. Clock is running inside 6 seconds to go, and that is going to take us here to the conclusion. The first half of play here at the reservation in Gaffney, South Carolina. Again, the 6th annual Carolina Bowl Senior Showcase. North Carolina leads 13-7.
One thing I think we do need to mention, I don't know how much time we've got left, are the coaches that we've got today. We hadn't even brought them up today. What's it look like on the North Carolina side?
Well, again, you got the head football coach from Butler High School, Brian Hells, serving as the head coach and the offensive coordinator. Russell Stone, you know, I played against him, coached with him. Quarterbacks, his son Trip Stone's defensive coordinator, Blaine Reynolds, Shante Hamilton, Sake, Patrick, Robert Hill, Shamari Evans, a great staff coming down from Charlotte, North Carolina today.
Yeah, and also Trip Stone at the defensive coordinator position as well. It's in South Carolina. You got Steve Wilson, Rashad Smith, Kenny Walker, Tracy White, Fred Hamilton, Bobby Floyd, Josh Smith, Brett Whalen, Joey Still, Perry Woolbright, and the legendary coach Steve LaPrade, all out here helping these kids. But in the South Carolina squad is a mixture of both Fort Dorchester and Lexington staff, and what a great job they've done with these kids this week. What a great connection, what a great mentor they've been to all these kids that are getting ready to take the next step in their football careers.
Absolutely. All-star games are hard. I've been involved in these for a long, long time. And, you know, you got to take a collection of superstars from places all around the state, bring them together and mold them as a team, as one unit of a team in a very limited amount of time. And, you know, games like this, state versus state, ultra important. Everybody wants to win.
And you don't even have a week. I mean, they checked in on Wednesday, and here they are Sunday night or Sunday afternoon playing a game. And look at the fireworks we've had at 13-7, but we've had a ton of offense in this game.
All right, let's send it down to Morgan Jackson. She's got a coach on the sideline.
Hey, I'm here with Team North Carolina head coach Brian Hells. So, Coach, Alonzo has been a huge player for you guys this first half. What do you think of the way he's been playing?
He's been great. You know, and he was one of the first calls I made. You know, it was his team that knocked us out of the playoffs last spring, and I knew what kind of player he was and special kid he was, and, you know, and he's really proved that correct. He's been great.
As we head into the second half, what do you think your team needs to do to stay on top?
You know, I mean, just number one in a game like this, you got to make sure you're protecting the football. You know, don't give them any extra opportunities because they got explosive players over there. So just do that, protect the ball, and just keep moving it down the field and keep playing great defense the way we are.
It was a no-score first quarter. What did you tell your team in between quarters to get them hyped up?
Nothing really. You know, I mean, they're a highly motivated group already, and that's why they're here, because they're great players, and, you know, they're able to stay competitive like that. So, you know, that's the thing. They just stay competitive, and we made a few more plays in the second quarter than we did in the first.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Coach. Back to you guys upstairs.
All right, thanks, Morgan. Thanks to Coach Brian Hells. We're going to take a break now. Again, halftime here at the 6th Annual Carolina Bowl. North Carolina leads this one 13-7. We'll be right back after these messages.
My name is William Thompson, better known to the sports world as Willie T. Zoombang is here to provide protective gear for all of your teams. We are a stock and custom gear provider that is 30 to 40% better than our competitors.
I've spent a large part of my career building product to help athletes perform better. And while Zoombang is not going to help you run faster or tackle better, it is going to provide that level of protection that you need to perform at your highest potential.
From the start of when he got the pads and he put them on in the house, he was a complete different kid.
I've noticed a difference. The helmets is a lot lighter. The helmets are safer. They don't know. They just think it look cool.
Zenith is the reason that he's actually on the field.
Zenith just fits better. It works for them. They love it.
This is your game. You live it, breathe it, dream big. And so do we. We design it, test it, build it, and repeat. This is what we live for. From playing, to training, to living. This is what you live for. Zenith. Live your game.
Hello, welcome back. I'm here with the Zoom Bang VP Representative of Sales, Mr. Willie Thompson. Could you please tell me a little bit more about Zoom Bang, please?
Yes, I can. It's a pleasure to be here. My name again is William Thompson, better known in the football world as Willie T. And I am the Senior VP of Sales for Zoom Bang. And it's been awesome. I mean, we are here providing underneath protection gear for these young men that are stepping into the college world. We've been a major provider to the NFL and to major college football for over 10 years. And, we're now entering into a time in our company where we want to focus not just on the NFL and major college. We want to provide underneath protection, which is girdles and combo shirts for smaller colleges and the youth and the high school level guys. So it's a time for us to really step in, and we provided every kid here today with a girdle and with a combo shirt. But I want to make time for a little shout out here to our owners and Marshawn Lynch and the company itself, our new CEO, which is Joe Morelli, formerly of Nike. And, we all are just pleased and thankful for what the Carolina Bowl is doing, especially with the Shrine Bowl. I mean, they're providing these young kids with a second chance that have had cancer. They're really trying to beat the cancer mode, and we are really believing in that. The good Lord, we got to give shout outs and glory to the good Lord, because without him, none of this would be possible. So again, I thank the Carolina Bowl, and we're just a proud sponsor, and we want to do many, many more things with them.
We appreciate everything you've done for the Carolina Bowl. Thank you so much for being with us. I'll see you on the other side of the break.
Okay. Thank you guys so much.
Welcome back. I'm here with Greenville High School head coach, Coach Greg Porter, who coached Prometheus Franklin this past season. How does it feel to be able to see Prometheus play on the high school level again one more time?
Well, it's awesome. It's good to see him to close out his high school career. This is a great game, great competition. He's doing well tonight, so I'm glad for him, for our program, to see him do that. So, I just want to see him continue to do well tonight.
If you could give Pro any advice right now, what would you tell him?
Take one play at a time. That's it. Take one play at a time.
Well, thank you so much, Coach.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And welcome back here to the reservation, Gaffney High School here in Gaffney, South Carolina, the 6th Annual Carolina Bowl Senior Showcase here alongside my partner, Travis Kahn. And Travis, we've been delighted to an amazing football game. North Carolina leads Team South Carolina 13-7 at this point. And let's take a look at some of the highlights from this first half of the game, because we've seen some good football.
Yeah, and if you look at the stats, and I don't know if they're going to show those on the screen, but passing for North Carolina, 8 for 103, rushing 21 for 116 yards. You got 219 total yards. For South Carolina, you've got 18 rushes for 16 yards. That's going to be your problem there for the South Carolina team. 11 for 146 yards passing, 162 yards total. So North Carolina leading in the stat category and on the scoreboard as well.
Yeah, there you see that long touchdown pass from Alonzo Barnett to Shalik Knotts. Again, Knotts heading to the University of Maryland, and then there to cap it off right before the win in the break for halftime, Alonzo Barnett looks one way, goes the other, extends in for the touchdown. They did miss the PAT, which could be a big deal in this game later on. But Travis, you see those stats, you kind of already went through them, but let's go through them one more time.
Yeah, so you got, if you look at the rushing stats, I think that's the tail of the whole game. North Carolina had a really good last drive there of the half, rushing the football, and they're up to 116 yards rushing to South Carolina 16. 103 passing yards, 146 for South Carolina. If you look at the totals, North Carolina's leading in the total, like I said, and leading in the game. We've had a missed field goal and a missed extra point as well. Turnover-wise, I don't believe we've had any.
No, I don't think so. But you mentioned the running game. Naheem Lilly from Eastern Randolph High School for North Carolina, he really came on strong there in the second half. Moved the chain, 3 really big runs. And, of course, Alonzo Barnett, the quarterback out of Greensboro, I think that he was kind of that catalyst. It really brought a lot more energy. I know Xavier Brower started the game and has done a great job for Coach Brian Hales and this team of Brower, the quarterback out of Butler High School. but both of these guys, I just felt like they brought a lot of energy to that North Carolina team.
Yeah, and Alonzo Barnett on that last drive made some really good decisions, especially on the touchdown run. Looked like a design go to the right, and he faked it to the left and got in the end zone with 30 seconds left in the half to put North Carolina up.
Yeah, absolutely. There you see right now, we still got about a minute or so before we kick off the second half of action here from Gaffney. We got both teams there in the end zone going through their calisthenics and warm-ups before we get into the second half of play. Just real quickly, they had a celebration ceremony there at the halftime last Saturday night, and I was lucky enough to be on the sidelines watching the action of the local hometown team here. The Gaffney Indians won the 5A South Carolina High School League Championship. Just to talk about a team already that loves their high school football, it's great to celebrate a team when that happens.
Yeah, and you talk about state championships, most in the state. 18th state championship for the Gaffney Indians, and what a phenomenal job. Coach Dan Jones, Donnie Littlejohn, Chris Miller, Rick Scott, the guys over here in Cherokee County have really done with this team. You know, last 2 years they've been just on the cusp of winning the state championship. And I tell you, if you watched Gaffney this year, every game was it felt like it was a comeback. But they were loaded offensively. Quarterback could sling it, 2 running backs that could go, 2 receivers that could catch the football, in a Gaffney defense that's normal, I guess, as we see it.
I think they had two running backs that had 2,000 yards rushing, I believe was the stat line. Good friends with Coach Tom Knotts, known him for years down at Dutch Fork High School, and he came up to me before the game and just amazed at the size of the crowd that Gaffney brought with him down there. And he said, man, I guess we really are the visitors. And, you know, that's a game that Dutch Fork led most of the way. Gaffney pulled away and won at 22-19 there near the end of the game in the fourth quarter, but it was a game with a lot of fireworks and just a really good high school state championship game. And, again, you got to tip your cap to everybody you mentioned and just all the players and the community, how special it is. You know, I've never been lucky enough to win a state championship as a player or a coach, but I can only imagine how cool it would have been.
Yeah, I was 2 yards away from one back in 1994 against Spartanburg Vikings, but to win 18 state championships, this town just expects it. So it's tough to be a coach in this town. So that's why I say Dan Jones has done a really good job to be able. He's been here since 1992 as an assistant and a head coach. He's won 2 as a head coach, and maybe 6 as a total. Pretty good career as Gaffney Indian.
Football tradition, that, to say the least. Well, we got 15 minutes here in the third quarter coming up. We talked about the first half of play. North Carolina is on the lead, leading in right now. But Team South Carolina, they've got to kick off this North Carolina team. What does South Carolina need to do to get themselves back in?
Well, they need to stop them this first drive and get down the field and score a touchdown on themselves.
Well, speaking of South Carolina, let's take it down to Morgan on the sideline. She's got the South Carolina coach to get his thoughts.
Thank you. I'm here with Fort Dorchester coach Steve LaPrade and the coach for South Carolina. Coach, your team has been playing well, but they're down right now. What did you tell them during halftime?
Well, I thought we got to tackle better. We missed some tackles on that last drive. Ended up costing us giving that touchdown up right before the half. I think we're playing well. You know, got to do a few little things better. We made a few little adjustments. They're playing hard. Playing good, you know, it's good competition. Those guys are good over there, so, but hopefully we can get some points on the board and pull this thing out, because can't beat one Carolina, you know.
Javion, which you coached this past season at Fort Dorchester, had a huge touchdown. What do you think of the way he's been playing? How does it feel to be able to coach him one more time?
Well, it's great. I mean, I don't know if you know much about the Joyner family, but, you know, Carry-On's probably the best player I ever had. You know, I've had, 4 NFL guys, and he's better than any of them. But, you know, it's just he's in that bloodline. He's got the bloodline. That's what he does. You know, I told the offense coordinator, he just makes plays. He does it all the time. Okay?
Thank you so much, Coach.
All right, and we've got a big play on the field right there, and I think he's going to take it to the house for the North Carolina score. And there you see him right there. That is number 23, Clevante Watson, took the handoff from Skylar Locklear, the quarterback, and he was going to the house, Travis.
Yeah, he was, and you can tell this is an all-star game. Never would a head coach be talking to the media while his team is on the field playing. And Coach LaPrade, before he could even get to the sidelines to watch the game, North Carolina strikes again.
Wow. Wow, what a play. Let's take a look at it right there. There you see quarterback Skylar Locklear from Cleveland High School now into the game. And Right there, the number 23, that's Clavante Watson. Again, the 6', 200-pounder from Smithfield, Selma. Lost his balance there for a minute, but he regained it.
Great balance to stick it down the sidelines. And one thing that's different in this game, I don't know if you noticed the celebration, they can celebrate together in the end zone in a specific area.
And absolutely, and that's pretty cool. Kick is up, and it is good. So now with 14 minutes and 39 seconds remaining in the third quarter of play, North Carolina has extended their lead over Team South Carolina by a score of 20-7. And, you know, I was just about to ask you what South Carolina need to do to get back in this game. Well, that's not one of them. You know, you don't want to get back down.
I said stop them, and that's not a way to start the second half. 70-yard run, something like that, on the first play. And like I said, Coach LaPrade still doing an interview on the sidelines. That doesn't happen in a regular season game. These coaches are a little bit more relaxed in this game, thank goodness. Like he said when he was doing the interview, he said, what just happened? Well, what just happened is you're down 20-7, and now South Carolina has a lot of work to do to get back in this game.
Yeah, and I see the camera there was on some of the North Carolina players, just Josh Noble, one of the big offensive linemen, and Cameron Nichols, Providence Day. You know, you always want to try to have an opportunity to give the name of some of those hog mollies out there that don't necessarily get their name called on TV, but a great way to start the game for North Carolina, or the start the second half by North Carolina. Again, that touchdown, as all the touchdowns in the game today, are sponsored by Zoombang. We had Willie T on there during halftime as our halftime guest. He does a great job outfitting all the teams here with Zoombang under protection. Phenomenal stuff. I know we've already talked about it a lot, but that stuff those kids have, and again, it beats those girdles we wore in the old days.
Things have changed, and I'm going to tell you, that Zoombang is on another level. Would have loved to have that back when I played.
No kidding, no kidding. That kick is deep, but it will be returned by Team South Carolina. And hey, made a few tackles missed, and he's about to take it loose, about to cut it loose there for a moment. But South Carolina will be starting now, it looks like, from the 18-yard line now on this drive. Let's take a look at that.
And that's Gerald Watkins again from Northwestern High School. He's made a lot of plays today on the offense, and now making one on special teams, almost busting a big one.
Wow. And just look at the North Carolina defense, too. You see a lot of the starters there playing special teams as well. Just really laying it all out there in the line. Again, this is an all-star game, but you got to admire the effort. Quarterback snap, here he goes. He's looking at South Carolina. Oh, ball's on the ground, and I think North Carolina's going to get it.
There's our first turnover. Prometheus Franklin, the second, fumbling the ball, turning it over to number 11 on the North Carolina team, Russell Frazier, out of Alexander Central High School.
Wow. Let's take a look at it right there. We got two number 11, so I'm glad I just seen that right there. Russell Frazier, you're right, coming to you from Alexander Central High School, coming in there, Johnny on the spot to make that fumble recovery. And now North Carolina, they just scored a few moments ago to go up 20-7. They've got the ball inside South Carolina 20. Not what you're looking for Team South Carolina.
Exactly what South Carolina did not want to happen. Just happened. So defense needs to step up and make a play here.
Absolutely. There you see some of the players there. Offensive lineman coming on. Again, you've got Skylar Locklear. Really been impressed with Locklear throughout the course of his senior year. Led his team to a state championship game back in the spring season. Locklear is going to take the boot out, going to pass it over there to the flat. Not going very far, though. That pass over there to number 44.
And there's Deuce Caldwell, the UNC commit. You could see why he is going to play Division I football. The speed to break down and cut that pass off and save a touchdown right there.
Pass to Marco Paternio, the outside linebacker and fullback from Heritage High School in Wake Forest, North Carolina. It'll be a second down and 8. Locklear looks over to Coach Brian Hales, again from Butler High School, gets the call. Full house backfield. Hand off to the outside. That is again to Jabri Conrad from Thomasville High School, plays for Coach Kevin Gillespie. And we'll bring up a third down, but a very second down and manageable.
And North Carolina continues to gash. Yeah, they continue to gash South Carolina up the middle with that run. Right now, it doesn't matter who's at running back.
Yeah, there you see the close-up of Conrad. Had a big year leading the Thomasville Bulldogs, one of the traditional powers in the 1A, 2A ranks in North Carolina for a very, very long time. Clock running, under 13 minutes now here in the third quarter. Again, going to 15-minute collegiate time. A little different from the high school. Locklear is looking back. He's going to scramble. Still looking downfield. He's going to release. Ball in the air. Did he get it? Touchdown. Touchdown. North Carolina. There you go. See the celebration.
Jaden Watkins.
Jaden Watkins, 6'3", 185-pound receiver from Asheville School.
You see they got a little pro flair in this game where they can go to the sidelines.
I love it.
And do a little celebrating as a team together.
I hate to say sometimes with the high school leagues and associations, sometimes it's the no fun league, but you know, these are guys, they've graduated or about to graduate. Let them have some fun. I mean, that's what football is all about. They've made it this far. Let them deserve it.
Contained chaos.
And that touchdown again brought to you by Zoombang. Thanks to Zoombang and everybody for their support of this game. Marshawn Lynch, that's big time. Kick is up, and it is good. Let's take a look at this replay right here. That was an incredible pass by Skylar Locklear. What do you think, Travis?
I tell you what, it was a great tiptoed catch in the back of the end zone. Great concentration right here because the hand was in his face, and to get his feet down before going out of bounds, amazing.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal pass, phenomenal catch, phenomenal camera work. You got to give a tip of the cap to all the people here on the crew that's working so hard to bring this game to you. First class all the way. And again,
and the ref didn't even budge.
No.
He was right there in the middle of the action.
Great pitch and catch. Great touchdown right there. So with 12 minutes and 41 seconds to go now, North Carolina extends their lead over Team South Carolina by a score of 27-7. But hey, I'm not going to lose hope. I think we still got time for a barn burner.
Yeah, South Carolina, if they're going to be in this game, they need to score on this drive. With 12:41 left in the third quarter, already being down by 3 scores, they need to at least have a long drive and get in the end zone. And like I've said in the first half, they need number 10, Demetrius McKelvey from Fort Dutchester High School. And shoot, his coach is on the sidelines. You think he knows who to get the ball to. But I would not be shocked if they tried him deep a few times on this drive.
Well, we've already seen Prometheus Franklin II. We've seen Whiteside out of Irmo, Isaiah Whiteside. There's certainly enough firepower on the South Carolina team to get themselves back in this game. So I am not going to rule out any kind of comeback.
No, I wouldn't either, but this is one of those drives where you've been scored on 3 times in a row, where you've got to kind of turn it around and flip the edge back to yourself. You got to get down the field and score, even if it's just a field goal. Get points on the board.
Absolutely. Hey, we got this break in the action right here before we fire it up. You know, we've got a lot of sponsors, a lot of people that have been here helping us put this game together. Again, the 6th Annual Carolina Bowl Singing Showcase here, the reservation in Gaffney. You know, real quick, who are some of those guys, Travis Conn, that have been crucial in getting this game going on? And I know McDonald's, I've seen.
McDonald's has been huge. Chick-fil-A this week. Of course, Coach Shane Beamer from South Carolina Gamecocks. Cherokee County's Children's Home, which is
All right, and here we are back here, 2nd down and 3. Sorry about that. I'm back here, folks. Just trying to keep up with this action. It's going to be a 3rd down and about 11 now. 11:36 to go. North Carolina leads 27-7 over South Carolina. 4 wide receiver set, twins on each side. Snap, quarterback's looking downfield. That is Whiteside. Scrambling, a lot of North Carolina pressure, Travis. He's getting out, he's going to slide. It's going to bring up a 4th down, though.
not the situation you wanted to get into after being scored on 3 times in a row. South Carolina has got to get some offense moving again. North Carolina's let's give it to them. They've done a really good job since that first touchdown of keeping South Carolina out of the end zone, really away from the 50-yard line. Okay.
Personal foul on the return team. 15-yard penalty, first down.
Okay, I'm back on this one. So just me from here on out then? Okay. Well, here we are, guys. I apologize for any technical difficulties that we may have been facing. We've had some technical issues, but anyway, it's just going to be myself now carrying you guys out through the end of the game, unfortunately, because of some technical difficulties. North Carolina quarterback Skylar Locklear is scrambling around looking for some running room, heads to the sideline, and he is going to get up close to first down yardage for Team North Carolina. Again, I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Skylar Locklear wearing number 8 from Cleveland High School, plays for Coach Scott Riley. You're not familiar with Cleveland High School, it's just on the outskirts of Raleigh in North Carolina. Led his team to the 3A state championship game back in the spring. Clock running, under 9:50 to play now, third quarter. Jet motion, quarterback's going to fake the sweep. He's going to look deep, and he has a receiver right across. That is Lance Patterson. Lance Patterson, there you see him right there from Mount Tabor High School. They played each other. Mount Tabor and Cleveland played one another in the state championship game back in the spring. So there you see the connection between Skylar Locklear and Patterson. Patterson, a 5'10", 155-pounder out of Mount Tabor. Looks a little bit like Coach Brian Hales in this North Carolina team is starting to slow the tempo down a little bit now with a 27-7 lead. Jet motion, handoff to the running back right up in the middle of the field. That is Lilly. He spins once, he spins twice. He's got yet another first down. A big game so far for Lilly. Naheem Lilly, 5'9", 200-pounder out of Eastern Randolph High School for North Carolina. Let's take a look at that replay. We already seen a couple, 2 or 3 spin moves out of him earlier in the game, and there he comes one more time. Another first down for North Carolina. Eight minutes, 45 seconds to go here. Locklear with a pass out in the flats, and receiver makes a cut, and he is in deep into South Carolina territory, and that is number 9. That is Daniel Dawson. Daniel Dawson's made a few big plays already for this team, North Carolina team. Dawson out of Smithfield Selma High School. You saw Chance Gamble, Isaac McClellan, a couple South Carolina players kind of right there in on the action. A couple flags on the play, though. Got the officials out there conferring with one another. We'll wait for the official, the referee, to make the call. Let's see, he turns to the press box. Here we go. Holding against the defense, against the offense. Again, anybody who just joining us, my partner in crime here, Travis Kahn, has been with me on the broadcast all evening. We've had some technical difficulties, so unfortunately it's going to be me bringing the way, kind of carrying you guys home here in the 6th Annual Carolina Bowl. Certainly would much rather be doing it with him. Provides excellent insight and coverage here to these teams from South Carolina. Again, Skylar Locklear at quarterback. 4 wide receiver set. Snap, looking deep, going to the end zone. He's got a receiver. He lays out. Patterson lays out, but unable to bring it in. It was impressive looking, but they just could not connect. Let's take a look at that replay right there. Look at Skylar Locklear throw it deep. Incredible effort there by Lance Patterson. Couldn't quite haul it in. Going to bring down a 2nd down. Here you see that North Carolina offense looking over to the sideline to Coach Brian Hells, Coach Russell Stone, Blaine Reynolds, Sante Hamilton. A lot of the coaches over there from North Carolina. Locklear looking the side, complete. This time the number 81, again, that is Shalik Knotts. We've seen him score a touchdown already. Shalik Knotts playing for Coach Johnny Sal over at Monroe High School, heading to the University of Maryland. North Carolina starting to get in just a little bit of a slower tempo. Trying to ground the clock out a little bit. 7 minutes, 22 seconds. That South Carolina defense, they've certainly been a little bit tired here in the second half. North Carolina came out and is on the verge of scoring yet another time. Locklear rolls to his left. Now he's going to look back to his right. Flag on the play. Locklear scrambling, looking downfield. Decides to tuck it, run. Gets himself out of bounds. Saw Mikael Burris, the York High School linebacker, forcing him out. We talked about Burris a lot tonight. Holding is the call. All right, holding is the call against North Carolina. We're gonna try to get this other headset up, try to get Travis here back on the call with us. You got anything, Travis? Can you hear us?
Am I back?
I don't know. Are you back?
I'm not sure. I guess they'll tell us here in a minute.
All right.
Oh,
hey, good luck. Good word, everybody. We got Travis Kahn back here on the call with us. Again, we apologize for any technical difficulties we may have gotten. North Carolina is going to punt the ball back to Team South Carolina. And boy, Travis, that's what you want to see as a special teams coordinator, down that ball on the 1-yard line.
Yeah, and we'll be picking a special teams player of the game tonight. That has, so far, that's been the play I've seen. I've some missed kicks. It makes it tough to pick a kicker, but that punter's done a really good job for North Carolina.
Well, there you see Jaden Scott from Myers Park High School, and also, let's see who really got there. You see Scott. Ooh, Jaden Scott right there. That's pretty close, but Jaden Scott, Myers Park High School, out of Charlotte, North Carolina.
And again, South Carolina's got their backs to the wall.
They certainly do. They've got their backs to that end line right there. You know, you've got that defense. They're going to be coming on strong. Still see Carter Wyatt and some of those defenders.
That's a safety.
Are they going to give him progress? It looks like they are. It looks like they're going to give him progress. You see the linesman on this end holding up the 2 fingers indicating 2nd down.
Wow. I never saw him get out of the end zone.
Yeah, that was Elijah Vereen, the 5'9", 170-pounder out of North Myrtle Beach. North Myrtle Beach has had some powerful teams here in the past couple years. Let's take a look at it right here, see if he's able to get out. Yeah, I think they're going to give it to him. They're giving him the benefit of the doubt. There you see the North Carolina defender. That was number 38, Cody Hardy. I mentioned him earlier. Big time year at Parkwood High School. Franklin's going to scramble to the right. He's going to dump it off. He's got a receiver again, that is Jarrell Watkins. We've talked a lot about him.
Jarrell's had a good game in the receiving game and excellent kickoff earlier to start the half.
Hey, look at Watkins right there. Excellent look at football. You see them all attentively looking over to Coach LaPrade and that North Carolina or that South Carolina staff to get the play. You expect you might see a little quicker tempo now out of the South Carolina team to try to do what they can to move the ball down the field.
Well, these corners for North Carolina are really giving South Carolina receivers a lot of room.
Oh, and we talked about Jalen Walker to come in to show, Travis, and there you see why he's that 5-star commit to the University of Georgia. Jalen Walker right there, you see him, number 48 from Salisbury High School. He showed why he's got that big offer and commit. Just tell us about it.
Yeah, I tell you what, he just took the lineman and tossed him and then got to the quarterback quick. There was nothing Franklin could do right there. And I tell you what, he's going to be an exciting player in the SEC.
Absolutely. Played his high school days at Salisbury High School. Coach Brian Henson went to 2 state championships in his career. They won it last year, didn't make it this year. He was one of the finalists for the Mr. Football Award in North Carolina. I think he'll have an excellent career.
And here he comes again.
Level.
Guy, he was right there again at that. He's also playing, I believe, next week or in the next few weeks in the All-American Bowl.
Yeah,
Under Armour All-American
one of the other games. Yeah, so tremendous career for him. Told me a quote many years ago, or a couple years ago. He wants to be a dentist, and said that his goal is to play football on Sundays, to knock the guy's teeth out on Sunday and put them back in on Monday.
He just became my favorite player.
And then you look at him right there. Got a very infectious smile. Look at Jalen Walker. Just a tremendous young man, tremendous football player. It's been a joy for me to be able to see him over the years, and I'm sure everybody in the nation, especially in the Southeast, is going to be looking at him over the next few years.
And you can tell why Kirby Smart's so excited about getting him on campus.
I think Kirby Smart was pretty smart to get him.
That's right.
You see Franklin scrambling around. He's going to make a move. He's going to carry the ball out of bounds. Not quite first down yardage, but did pick up a lot of positive yardage for Team South Carolina.
Well, they started on the 1-yard line. Looked like a safety on first down, and to work their way as far out as they had, at least they give themselves some room to punt.
Yeah, you want to do anything you can here, Travis, just to slow down the momentum of that North Carolina team, just because they've been so dominant here since we began the second half of play. 2 touchdowns in extremely short order.
Yeah, South Carolina's at the point now being down 27-7 with 4 minutes left in the third quarter, where they need to start getting the ball down the field and getting some points.
There you see the Eastside Eagle, the punter, Devery Cagle, once again gets a booming pump. Going to get a good South Carolina roll all the way down to the 42-yard line, where North Carolina will take over. Still in the third quarter of play here in the Carolina Bowl. 4 minutes and 2 seconds remaining here. Got to wonder what North Carolina's offense is going to do coming out. There you see some of these South Carolina players. There you see number 38. We've talked a little bit about him tonight. Seems a little bit weird, by the way. Some of these guys, you see his helmets on, but some of these South Carolina guys, it's been hard for me to notice them because they don't have the same helmets they've worn on Friday.
No, and that was one of the things that the difference in South Carolina, the Coaches Association letting equipment be brought. I know North Carolina released all their equipment. We did have some high schools that released the equipment to come, but for the most part, a lot of the equipment you're seeing on the South Carolina side is borrowed.
Yep. Xavier Bauer, again, the quarterback out of Butler High School, had a tremendous career over there in Matthews, North Carolina, leading the Butler Bulldogs as back in a quarterback. He started the game for North Carolina, and now he's back in the pistol right now, getting to play in. There you see the backfield, Jabri Conrad, running back from Thomasville High School. Conrad's going to get the carry. He's looking for room. He's a big old boy, and he gets to second effort and is going to get up there close to first down yardage.
Guy, he's a big back and hard to bring down, and he runs the ball hard.
He really does. Just been very fun to watch him. You kind of got a little bit of a thunder and lightning duo between him and Lilly, number 21. But look at it right there, the big thundering 225-pounder Conrad out of Thomasville High School. And he just kind of lays his body into some of those defenders.
And moves well for his size, too.
He certainly does. Clock running. Under 3 minutes now here in the third quarter. Bowers takes the snap once again to Conrad. Conrad's going to take it to the left side. He will get enough to move the sticks. But one thing I like is that South Carolina defense is still flying around there, Travis. I see big number 48 right there making the play. We've talked about him, Burris, out of York High School.
Yeah, he's made a bunch of plays for the South Carolina defense, but North Carolina is just wearing them down now with the run game and killing the clock. 2:23 left in the third quarter now, running out of time.
All right, Brower's going to take a look over to the North Carolina sideline. Brower in the backfield with Conrad. Also got number 44, Paternio, out of Heritage High School. Quick pass over to the outside. That's to Watkins. He's brought down at about the 35-yard line.
And that's Deuce Caldwell again, and the UNC commit, and also he's an alum of the Carolina Bowl, played his 8th grade year.
Let's take a look at it right here. Pass over to Watkins. Watkins gets hammered down to the ground. You see the helmet coming off, and you know you could see he was not exactly happy, and he wanted to let that guy know about it. But you see some cooler heads from that North Carolina offensive line. I noticed some of those guys came in there. That was Josh Noble trying to cool him down and get him to the other side of the field. Sometimes that's what those linemen are good for.
That's right. You want them on your side, that's for sure.
Oh, busted play right there. Brower turned and the running back was not there, so he's going to take it himself. Man, he got a shot on the way out, and now that's going to draw a flag.
That's Mikael Burris again from York Comprehensive.
And now we got some more pushing and shoving right there. Now we got some more flags right here. We'll have to get this under control. Again, I got to give it to Josh Noble again right there at West Rowan High School, trying to play peacemaker again.
And it looked like Burris made a good hit. I wasn't sure what the flag was for, but I guess we'll check it out.
Well, let's take a look at this. First, you see the busted play. You see Brower nowhere to go, and he's starting to run. North Carolina gets away with a little bit of a hold right there, and there you see the hit coming in.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like that penalty on Burris right there. He was still in bounds when he made the hit. Now, unless they're going to call it helmet to helmet, that seemed clean to me.
Here comes a call from the referee.
2 fouls on play. Personal foul on the defense. Personal foul on the offense.
All right. Personal fouls called against both the offense and the defense in this situation. They will offset, so
play goes. I guess it's a first down, correct?
Play goes. Play stands. First down. Goes the chain crew moving on along.
And South Carolina's got to step up and get a stop here. A score here would be detrimental to this South Carolina squad.
Yeah, pick six, a scoop and score would be absolutely great for the South Carolina defense. All right, and North Carolina is now going to call a timeout. You see some confusion right there between quarterback Xavier Brower. Looks like they did not have the right personnel on the field. And you see Coach Brian Hales now looking over. You got to wonder if they were about to get called with an illegal substitution infraction, and he called a timeout instead.
Yeah, there was too many people coming on and off the field before the play was called. Looked like there was getting ready to be an illegal substitution, and luckily North Carolina's quarterback stepped up and called a timeout quickly.
Yes, very heads-up play by Brower. Again, he was a terrific quarterback leading his team at Butler High School. They're in Mecklenburg County, just outside of downtown Charlotte. And just kind of taking a look inside the huddle, you see some of the offensive coaches. You can kind of see Coach Brian Hales right there. Now, I always like getting a look at some of those big guys. You see Caden Lynch, the big center from Asheville High School. You know, anytime you get an opportunity to showcase some of those hog mollies up front, because, again, you know, we talk a lot about the skill position players, but without these guys up front moving men around from point A to point B, you wouldn't be able to have a lot of these big-time plays. There you see number 65, Brandon Hicks, out of Clayton High School.
If I'm North Carolina, I'm riding Conrad for the rest of this drive. Burn up the rest of this
dancing
clock.
around. Brower has nowhere to go, dancing around. His linemen are still blocking. He's going to throw it downfield to Shalik Knotts, and there is a touchdown for North Carolina. Wow, Travis Kahn, wow.
And that's his second touchdown of the day. What a great, he just kept himself together back there, back and forth across the field. Defensive linemen flying everywhere, and he stayed out long enough to get the pass away and for the touchdown. And North Carolina has just blown this thing wide open.
Wow, Xavier Brower, the quarterback from Butler High School, he danced around, he stayed in the pocket, he kind of juked, he jived, but he always kept his eye down the field. And that's what you want as a quarterback. You know, you scramble to extend the play, not necessarily to get those yardage, and it pays off for North Carolina with that touchdown.
And that's Shalik Knotts. That's his second of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
Shalik Knotts, again, he is heading to play for the Maryland Terrapins. Had a good career for his high school, Monroe High School, which is just on the suburbs, the eastern suburbs of Charlotte. North Carolina set for the kick. You got number 28, Mac David, the holder from West Forsyth. The kick is up. The kick is good. Let's take a look at this, because look at Brower looking. He looks. He throws. And on the receiving end, Shalik Knotts. It's big time.
That was a great play. Staying in the pocket with heat coming from all sides, and to make a throw like that to a receiver coming all the way across the field. Great throw, great catch. And North Carolina, like I said, has blown this thing up with 32 seconds left in the third quarter. South Carolina better strike quick.
They better. Yeah. You know, we talked about the celebration. You got to love it. These young men are out here having fun. That's what All-Star games are all about. Let's have some fun. That's what we're here for. Showcase these young men, showcase the community.
Well, and this is what they're watching on Sunday. These are the new things that they're doing in the NFL, and something cool that the Carolina Bowl has brought, something fun for the guys. And they knew it all week that they were going to have the opportunity to do this, and so you had to make a play to get on TV.
Absolutely. And once again, that touchdown was sponsored by Zoom Bank. I got to thank Zoom Bank for coming on board with us. We saw Willie T down there on halftime talking to Morgan Jackson. Again, hats off to Morgan, too. Morgan, she's done a phenomenal job as the third member of our broadcast team. Of course, everybody in the truck and the cameras and working behind the scenes, everybody's doing a great job here with us tonight. The 6th annual Carolina Bowl. Here comes the kickoff. Kick is going deep. It will be carried on into the end zone for a touchback. Where do we go from here, Travis?
I tell you where I'm going. I've been saying it all game. You've got a lot of one-on-one with Demetrius McKelvey. He's 6'6". Let's try to get him the ball. You're going to have to get the ball downfield. Nothing else seems to be working right now, and he is in the game. He's right over here on our side, on our sideline, and they have been covering him in man-to-man coverage all game. Looks like they got a safety over the top, but I'm still, with a 6'6" wide receiver, I'm going at him.
We got Prometheus Franklin back here at quarterback. He's going to look this side. He's going to pass it over to McKelvey, but incomplete.
It's not what I had in mind, the screen pass. I was hoping they were going to try him deep. I think what's happened is Prometheus has been running for his life, and they're trying to get some quick throws out to the outside receivers. And that time it just didn't work.
Yeah, and you see some of those linemen down there. You know, you see Dallas Shirley, that big 6'4", 290-pounder from Hillcrest. You know, I've seen him down there. Hunter Turner, Ethan Benson. You know, these guys have done a great job. But they've also had their hands full against that North Carolina front four.
There again, Prometheus Franklin running for his life, trying to get out of there, which is going to bring up a 3rd and long, a situation that South Carolina has been in a lot tonight.
Absolutely. I saw Mac Walters, the 6'6" lineman from Myrtle Beach High School, playing for Coach Mickey Wilson. Known Coach Mickey Wilson for years down there. There you see some of these linemen, and again, anytime you can talk about these big guys, there you see Chris Allen from Wake Forest High School. Talk about a tremendous program. Now we are in the 4th quarter of action, Travis. Now we've got 12 minutes on the clock now for this final quarter here, and I think we're going to take it to a break. And there it goes, 15 minutes now on the quarter for this final action here. But we'll be back after these messages here. The 6th annual Carolina Bowl from the reservation here at Gaffney High School, Gaffney, South Carolina. We'll be right back. All right, here we are again at the reservation, starting the fourth quarter of play. There you see Franklin one more time looking downfield. Travis, and again, it's kind of more the same. That North Carolina defense has just been all over the field.
Yeah, Franklin's running for his life, which we're back here at 4th down and long. I'm not real sure what South Carolina should do. Obviously, you got to punt, being this deep in your territory, but you're down 34-7 with 14 minutes and 53 seconds left in the game.
Yeah, and I just keep looking at some of these big linemen up front for both of these teams. You just got some phenomenal high school football players that are just kind of balling out one last time here in front of the fans. The Sunday night lights, as it is, not the Friday night lights, but it's just been a tremendous environment for high school football.
Yeah, and you see number 68, Hunter Turner, who's the Gaffney. He's here playing his last game at home under the lights at the reservation. That's got to be exciting for him, even though you're down 34-7.
Well, we have a tremendous return right here for North Carolina, but it's going to be all for naught because there is a flag on the play, and this is going to come back. And Travis, this is going to give South Carolina a little bit closer to first down as North Carolina was trying to run a 12th man off the field. But there you see right there, Daniel Dawson. Talked a lot about that young man tonight. Tremendous return.
Yeah, and Coach LaPrad's got a decision to make here. Are they going to bring it back over here yet? Looks like they are. Coach LaPrad's going to have a decision because he's going to have 4th down and about 2 yards to go, down 34-7. Don't have a whole lot time left to get points on the board. If you're gonna go for it, this is the time to do it.
I think you go for it. I mean, this is an all-star game, and let's give these young men a chance to make a big play. You never know. You might have a run that breaks through loose, or one of these receivers gets loose downfield, and next thing you know, it's a little bit of a closer ball game.
Yeah, you got to take a chance. We'll see where the ball's actually spotted after the call, but it looks like it's going to be about 4th and 2. Is that what it looks like to you? About 4th and 2, 4th and 3?
I think it's going to be about 4th and a long 2, but still 4th and 2.
Yeah, I'm going for it here.
I'm going for it as well. You know what? And I think coaches as well. You see him putting his offensive unit back out there.
You've got to have a heavy set and trust these linemen. We've just been talking about some of them playing in their last game, especially Hunter Turner here at Gaffney. I'd run it right back behind him. He's used to playing on this turf.
All right, you got a big heavy set in there for Team South Carolina. Let's see what happens. Direct snap right up the middle. It's going to be enough to move the chains. It wasn't really pretty, but there you see him right there, and that's a big old boy, number 90. That's Jonah Freshley, 6'1", 265-pounder out of Conway. Hey, that big guy's getting some carries.
I think he's been one making tackles on defense half the game.
I think he has been as well.
And here goes Deuce Caldwell from Malden High School, in the Wildcat, getting his first carry of the game.
Oh, and we got a little bit of a ruckus going on out there. Let's get the officials in. We got a lot of flags going on. Let's get some cooler heads in there to prevail with this one. Now you see some helmets. You don't like to see that.
No.
All right,
yeah,
Coach.
some of them slinging helmets, and they got to realize they're sitting here on TV. Everybody's going to see it.
Yeah.
Not a good look. You got to represent your high school, your family.
Yep. Coach is getting away. Let's get this thing cleared up. You don't want to see that. You don't want this to be the way you end your high school career. So I know that we'll get some cooler heads in there, and we'll get this thing back going.
You see both coaching staffs trying to get together to calm their kids down. You don't want anybody to get hurt in this situation, especially not slinging helmets and throwing stuff. But North Carolina looks to be jacked up over there on their sideline.
They do, and you want to see the cooler heads prevail. You want to see both coaching staffs, and you don't want to be over there encouraging this by any means. So let's hope that we can get this thing settled. You see Coach LaPrade over there talking to the officials.
But you also want them to be able to finish this game.
Absolutely. You don't want something like this to cause.
It's an honor to be here, an honor to play, and you're representing your school, your family, and just got to cool off and keep the game rolling.
But you can see it right there, Coach Steve LaPrade, and you can see him pointing over to the North Carolina coaches and the North Carolina bench, and you can see Coach Brian Hills. You kind of see his feet right here going back at it. So you kind of have to hope that these two coaches can kind of get their teams back going. And
you got Coach Freddie Brown out there in the middle. He's the president of the Carolina Bowl, trying to make sure that everything's secure and good to go. That's part of his job. and he's out there looking like he's going to talk to some of the players and make sure that everybody knows what we expect here at the Carolina Bowl.
Absolutely. There you see Coach Brian Helms as well on the North Carolina sideline, getting the men together and saying, hey, that's just not how we're going to play football. We're going to finish this thing out strong, represent our communities, our teams, and yourselves. I mean, you know, a lot of these guys are still yet to sign their collegiate letters of intent. You know, you don't want something like this to jeopardize an opportunity.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's a lot of college coaches that are tuning in and watching this, if not now, but later on in the week, and they'll be watching a lot of these players. And the bad thing is you got a camera on you. Yeah. You got to be careful. And I saw some helmets flying, people taking their helmets off and slinging them, and that's not a good look, especially when you're trying to earn a scholarship.
Absolutely not. But, you know, football, we've mentioned this before, you know, football may be a competition and, you know, a game that we play, but it's still a mechanism, an avenue to teach young men how to be better adults and to teach them lessons in life. And, you know, that's what we're going to do. And that's what you see both of these coaches. And I'm sure, you know, the tone might not be very positive towards them, but I'm sure the message is going to resonate with them just clearly.
Yep, just straighten it out and finish the game. 14 minutes to go, and you get to finish out your high school career. And, well, for most of them, we know some of them are going on to play in bigger all-star games, but one of your last high school games, if not your last, before you move on to the next level. Let's just finish this thing out peaceful.
All right, you got the official over here, the referee talking to Coach LaPrade. Wish we could hear what's going on.
I'd love to be in the huddle right now on both sides of the sideline.
Absolutely.
And you know, I mean, you played and coached long enough that a lot of these situations get heated. It's from here on, it's how you represent yourself. And you got to be careful. I mean, when we played, we didn't have cameras on us all the time. Right now, you're in the public eye and the Twitter eye and the Facebook eye, and you don't want your link out there for college coaches to see. Our future employers.
You know what? I'm glad there wasn't a Twitter when I was around.
I'm with you. Social media didn't exist, and I'm so happy it did.
Well, let's reset it and let's do it again.
Looks like we're going back to the same set, Chris, with Deuce back in. Looks like South Carolina's found something that's working for them and just continue to roll with it.
Again, I love seeing the big guy out there, freshly from Conway. Kind of visions of Super Bowl 20 in 1986. Oh, and he's going to bounce it outside, and he's going to have some running room. He's going to cut it back inside. He's going to have a first down and then some. He is still running, Travis. You talking about 38. That was a good-looking run from Malden High School?
Malden High School, Deuce Caldwell.
Malden High School, Deuce Caldwell.
The UNC commit. I'm going to tell you something. I watched him over on the sidelines. He looked super inspired during that fight, and it looks like he came out, told Coach that he'd take care of things, and it looked like he did on the first play.
Well, Malden, the Deuce is loose right there. Made a couple spin moves right there, and wow, now we've got the action back on again. Kind of missed that play.
Now let's see. I tell you what. One thing. Let's see if Deuce can throw the ball.
Absolutely.
I mean, they're not expecting it. Let's see if he can roll right and let it roll.
Little Tim Tebow dump pass.
That's right. Well, he's got the orange helmet on.
He does. Second down and 7. Approaching 13 minutes to go here in the final quarter of play. Deuce is going to run at that time. And boy, he ran into a North Carolina wall.
I can't tell who hit him, but
I
it
see
looked like
44, I see
55.
5. Of course, we see Jalen Walker as well. 98, Eris Nash out of Stuart Kramer. We've seen him a lot today. Big third down for the South Carolina offense. Again, you got Deuce right there in the backfield, direct snap. Got a little bit of a block of what's he going to do, and he had nowhere to go that time, Travis.
Well, it was working for him early. Now they figured out what to do. That's why I said, what if he popped up and threw a pass? Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he doesn't have that in his playbook. But Deuce is pointing to the scoreboard. Is there a penalty on the? Looks like there might be a penalty on the play.
Okay. Yep. I don't really see the flag, but yep.
I couldn't tell what it was. It's got to be a face mask. If it's on the defense, it's got to be a face mask. If it's on offense, more than likely it's a hold.
Well, talk about a great environment for football tonight here. You know, I think the real winners, just this community. You know, had a great game. But first time I've been inside this stadium. I've heard so much about it for years. Just a great place to watch a game.
Yeah, it's a beautiful stadium. I never got the honor to play in this one. We were always at the old reservation.
Had quite some history there.
It still does. It's still haunted. And then they moved this over here, I guess, about 6-7 years ago. And what a great place. Look, just the turf field and the stadium. Everything nice, the big scoreboard. They've done a really good job.
Absolutely. Still waiting on this official call, waiting on this penalty to be adjudicated.
Well, South Carolina keeps pointing at North Carolina, so it has to be some sort of face mask. I can't think of what else it could have been because the ball was tackled. The Deuce was tackled in the backfield.
Personal foul, sideline interference against unsportsmanlike conduct on offense. 15 offense, all set. Third down.
Well,
I have no clue.
Yeah,
I have no clue. But
personal
it looks like
foul.
we're playing third down over.
Let's do it again. Let's do it. Maybe this will be the time Deuce throws the ball.
We'll see. He's got 6'6" over here on the right side. If he wants to try to just throw it up in the air, he could do it. Looks like.
Now we got the coaches on this side questioning what the officials are calling. All right, I don't think that these coaches are very happy about it, but we're going to let them talk about it, think about it. And we're going to take a break here. We got 12 minutes and 16 seconds remaining here in the fourth quarter of action in the Carolina Bowl. North Carolina leads South Carolina by a score of 34-7. We'll be right back. All right, we're back here in the action of the Carolina Bowl, the 6th annual bowl being played here at the reservation in Gaffney, South Carolina. Got a big play right here, 3rd down and 9. South Carolina still with the ball. They trail Team North Carolina by a score of 34-7.
I think Coach LaPrat's still on the field arguing where the ball should be marked. It was offsetting penalties, and I think South Carolina had the ball up past the 30, and that's what he's arguing about now.
As he should.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So we're just waiting to see where the ball's marked. It looks like they're going to leave it where it is. Maybe this is the play we see Deuce toss one down the field.
Well, I admire him for fighting for every yard, every inch that he can for his team. And I believe he's right. You know, you start doing the math on these officials and these penalties. I think that he may be right. Now you see the official going over to talk to Coach Brian Hells to let him know whatever the decision is going to be.
And Deuce has got a lot of words for the North Carolina team over there. I'd love to hear what he's got to say.
I was going to say, you got to think, you know, those guys are probably doing a little jawing back and forth in a friendly way, especially after what you've already seen. But I imagine that they are having a little bit of fun with one another.
With him being in the South Carolina side and heading to North Carolina next year, I mean, he's coming into their territory. So I'd love to know what he is telling them over there, because he has not turned his back from the North Carolina, and he is firing that sidelines up.
Now you got Coach Brian Hills walking all the way to midfield to try to understand what's going on. Looks like it's getting cold out there, by the way. I'm glad we're standing where we're at.
And it's still a little chilly in here, but I'll take it in here than being out there all day long.
Yep, my feet are just a little bit cold, but there's the snap, and there it is. You called it, Travis Kahn. You called the pass by Deuce, but it's going to be intercepted, and now it's going the other way. Let's see what happens right there. That is number 18. That's Elias Austin, defensive back out of Eastern Randolph High School.
And Deuce had his receiver, but obviously we can tell he's not the quarterback on the team. Threw it a little bit short.
Now we got more flags over there. You see a South Carolina player that was in amongst the bench area of the North Carolina play. And there you see Jalen Walker as well. Look at Jalen Walker right there in the middle of it. You know, he's the big leader going to Georgia, and he's trying to.
He's walking them back.
He is walking them back.
And you see they had nothing for him.
Well, look at some of those players there. You see big number 58. That is Angelo McLaurin. He is a big people mover, 6'5", offensive lineman out of West Charlotte, playing for Coach Sam Griner. Sam Griner's my TV partner on our big show that we do weekly in Charlotte, Talking Preps. Now let's wait for the official one more time. He wants a lot of airtime tonight. He's right here in the middle of the action.
Well, we went through the first 3 quarters with barely any flags, and now we're getting all these personal flags, and it looks like Jalen Walker has got the North Carolina side up. Again, I would love to hear what he's saying. He's got his helmet off, and he's being very dramatic, letting that team know what he expects from here on out with the last 11 minutes and 54
seconds.
You
see him right there in the middle of your screen, number 48, Jalen Walker. You can tell that he's certainly the alpha of that team, leading that program. He is the leader of that team. Look at it right there. You're going to see Austin with the interception right there, heading back the other way. Great interception for him. But to your credit, Travis Condon, you made the call. You called that that's what Duke should have done. They did it. You got to like the call. It just didn't work out.
Love the call. Didn't work out. But that's, you know what, being down 34-7, you got to take chances like that.
All right, first down and 10 going the other way. Lonzo Barnett, quarterback from Grimsley High School, is back in the action for North Carolina. And once again, that is number 23. That's Levante Watson, big running back out of Smithfield Selma High School.
And his last 2 runs have been big plays. The last one was a touchdown.
He has had a big gain for Team North Carolina. First big year Smithfield Selma's had quite a while, and he was certainly a big part of it, him and Daniel Dawson as well. And that close-up, we kind of saw the steam coming up from his helmet. It kind of gives you an idea of how cold it's getting out there.
Again, glad to be right here in the booth and not down there on the field right now.
Absolutely. First down, Barnett with the snap, hands it off one more time, and wow. Yeah, wow's what you say. This time again, that's number 23. That's Watson one more time.
I'm pretty sure his last 3 runs have gone over 100 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah, let's take a look at this replay one more time. There you see Barnett with the snap, and just
great vision.
Great vision. But I've got to point out Angelo McLaurin, again, I mentioned him a few moments ago. He was the guard that really moved that guy out of the way and opened up that hole. Anytime that we can highlight one of the offensive linemen, you've got to do so. First down, 10 to go. 10 minutes, 30 seconds, clock running here in the final quarter of play. Carolina Bowl, Senior Showcase, coming to you here from the reservation in Gaffney. Barnett's going to take the ball. He's going to roll to his left side, throwing it deep. He's got a receiver wide open, tipped, almost intercepted. Incredible defensive play.
That's Marcus Bradley from right here at Gaffney High School.
Marcus Bradley right here, playing a week after the state championship game here on his home field. Phenomenal defensive player. Wow, I mean, you want to talk about an effort because he was wide open. That was going to be a touchdown.
Oh, yeah. Long arms. He got him out there, made a big play, preventing the touchdown.
Marcus Bradley, 6'1", 195-pounder. Again, right here at Gaffney High School, 5A state champion. You know, putting it all out there on the line.
And it's pretty neat to get to play your last game, even if it's an all-star game right here in your own stadium.
Absolutely. Watson again on the carry, and they're still moving. Them feet are still churning. It's going to be another first down.
I'll tell you what, North Carolina team is loaded with running backs that just run hard. They've got three that have just kind of taken over this game and just run the clock and put some points on the board.
Yeah, and that right guard, mentioned him, McLaurin, got a lot of those offensive linemen up there that had just really seemed to be moving guys out of the way. But Watson's going to get a lot of the credit too, because you just see him right there. He keeps those feet moving. You know, that's what you teach a kid at the earliest ages of Pop Warner football, is just keep them feet moving, and that's what he's doing.
And right now, North Carolina is just wearing down the front of the South Carolina team. You can tell they're gassed, wearing down, and they're just going to continue to run right at them.
Barnett looks over to Coach Hales, gets the signal. Plenty of time on the play clock. Clock is running. Now we're under 9 minutes to play here in the final quarter. Barnett with the snap, looks at the left side, throws, screen pass to the left side, incomplete. Jamari Stallion, Westover High School. He's one of those athletes that can play both offense and defense, playing for Coach Ernest King in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Always a tough area to play some football out there. They play a tough physical brand of football.
Yeah, number 2, Marquise Bradley from Gaffney out there on the coverage again, making sure he came up. If he would have caught the ball, made the tackle.
Yep. Third down. Barnett with the snap. This time handing it off to Watson one more time. And I think he's going to be pretty close to first down yardage. Let's see where they spot the ball.
Oh, he's just going to. No, he's right on it.
He's close.
It's a first down.
Yep, there they go. And it's still going to be enough to get at least one more first down. Barely. Looks like the ball's going to be on about the 11.5-yard line. No, we'll make it the 11. I don't see well at my older age, especially at night.
Yep, right on the 11-yard line. So they could get a first down on the 1.
All right, we got a timeout on the field charged here to Team North Carolina. They're going to think about it. And there you see it, that gassed South Carolina defense. You can just tell they've played their hearts out tonight. Tough game. All right, Travis. Well, hey, while they think about it, let's toss it over to a break, and let's hear from a word from our sponsors. Again, the 6th Annual Carolina Bowl. North Carolina's up 34-7.
This is your game. You live it, breathe it, dream it. And so do we. We design it, test it, build it, and repeat. This is what we live for. From playing, to training, to living. This is what you live for. Zenith.
Welcome back here to the reservation in Gaffney. First down and 10 for the team North Carolina inside the 10-yard line. Once again, a handoff to Levante Watson, the senior out of Smithfield Selma. Only gets a few yards on the left side. Maybe that South Carolina defense was able to catch the breath, Travis.
Yeah, and good tackle there by Boyce Bankhead out of AC Flora High School, coming up from the safety position, actually all the way across the field to make that tackle. But North Carolina continues just to gash with the run. I mean, they're plugging away at 3 or 4 yards, burning the clock. It's not looking good here for the South Carolina team.
Second down. Barnett with the snap, hands it off one more time to Watson. Ball's on the ground. Is he able to maintain possession? I'm not so sure.
Nope, South Carolina has recovered the football exactly what they needed in that spot.
Absolutely. Was that number 23 on the return? We couldn't really tell. Was that Gamble? Was it Chance Gamble? Let's look at it right here. Watson, you can see he just never got it. No, that is big number 98.
It was
Ja'Kias
Hilton from Gray Collegiate Academy, 6'1", 255. And what a scoop right there, because he only had one arm free.
He's a state champion as well.
That's right. Got a lot of state championship champions on this field. Difference in South Carolina is they finished a week earlier than North Carolina, so we are missing a few of the North Carolina state championships. As you know, you called last night.
Absolutely. South Carolina with the ball. Pass across the middle, incomplete. The South Carolina team, they're still playing.
Still playing. I'd still like to see them I'd still like to see him to take a shot deep to McKelvey.
Absolutely.
They keep the middle of the field doesn't seem to be his route, but if they try him deep, he's at least got a shot at 6'6".
And I've noticed you got a couple new fresh faces out there on that North Carolina roster. I see Tommy Miller from Metrolina Christian is now playing safety. He's been in there a little bit. We got some motion up front, but no penalty.
Had Kendall Norman wide open, and like I said, getting Kendall in space is what you want to do because he can make a play.
Absolutely. So many athletes really on both sides. Let's just take a look at it right there. Quarterback looking, throws it to the right side, and man, almost had Norman. Norman's made some plays earlier in this game. You know, the first half was pretty much neck and neck, but it's the second half where North Carolina just opened up the floodgates.
Well, you score on the first play of the half makes it tough. Well, the last play in the first play of the half makes it tough, and now South Carolina's eager to get rolling again and jumped.
That's Sal Maloa from Chapman High School. Good thing is, this far back, you don't have to go far.
Nope. I believe they moved him back a half an inch.
Yeah.
Still 3rd and long. I'm still wondering why we're not going up, I guess, to our side to the big 6'6" receiver.
Well, here it goes. He's looking deep. You might have your call right here, Travis, and just the ball is underthrown.
Yeah, he had his man beat.
He had him. You've been waiting to make that call all night, Travis, and he was almost there. Next time I coach again, you're going to be my call when I get an offensive coordinator job.
Just let me know.
All right, you just take a look at it right there, and that defense was right there. Defense was there, but just the ball was underthrown.
And he knew he had him, too. If you go back and look at the replay, he had him beat. They just lofted out there to him. Could have been 6.
But now you got a punting situation for South Carolina. Here's the snap. Punt. Good punt. Let's see if we get a roll or we're going to get a return. I think we're going to get a pretty good return out of this.
And Deuce Caldwell again out there now making a special teams tackle. He's been all over the place on offense, defense, and now on special teams.
We've got to think about some MVPs.
Oh, I could tell you, I would put all 3 running backs in the category for North Carolina on the offense. If you're looking at defense, I mean, how could you go wrong with Jalen Walker?
I think Jalen Walker's it. There's no question.
I mean, he's obviously the leader of the team, and now over here rounding up his team, getting them together, but making plays all over the field.
And we also have a couple game ball awards that we can give away as well.
And we have a special teams award. We didn't have a special teams in the last game, so that's something that we've got. And I think, you know, the punter for North Carolina, Brendan McAllister, has been awesome. He had the couple punts that have gotten them down inside the 5-yard line, I think 2 or 3 times. And when you're looking at a special team player, what better to go to field position in the punter?
There you see Naheem Lilly. Yeah, and he's had some great carries. Took the handoff from Skylar Locklear.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. North Carolina, there's those 3 running backs, 21, 11, and 23. They have just gashed the South Carolina defense.
They absolutely have, without doubt. Locklear's going to keep it himself. He's going to bounce back. He's going to no. I think I'm lost on that one.
He just went backwards.
He just went backwards. You're right.
Not sure why.
I couldn't tell what was going on. Clock continues to tick, approaching 5 minutes to go. It's going to be a 3rd down and 9. Are we going to see a running play, or is he going to try to throw for the 1st down? Let's see. Skylar Locklear looking to the coaching staff, get the play. See the offensive line, everybody turn around, say get their blocking scheme, get their assignments. Locklear back to pass. He's going to step up. Oh, he had nowhere to go. That South Carolina defense clamped down on him. That was 28. Braylon Smith-Sapp. Braylon Smith-Sapp. St. James.
I believe he's a Wofford commit, if I'm not mistaken.
He certainly looks like he can play for somebody.
That's right.
Won't have far to go. Wofford right down the street. Play over there in beautiful Gibbs Stadium.
And South Carolina gets another chance with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. Now, they're not going to win this game, obviously, but they do have a chance to put some points on the board and go out on a positive note here.
We're 4th down and short. I was thinking North Carolina was going to punt it. They were out in punting formation, but now Coach Brian Hales is going to think about it. We've got a timeout being called by North Carolina.
Well, here's one thing that we've got to do within the next 4 minutes and 16 seconds.
Got to pick some winners.
We've got to pick some MVPs
yes, sir.
Of this game. Obviously, looking at both sides of the ball, we can talk this through. There's so many different players you could choose from as you go through this. Obviously, we've talked about Jalen Walker, and he looks like he's set to be our defensive MVP for North Carolina. Offensively, as we start to think about the North Carolina team, there's just so many people that have made plays, but I do remember that there's one that has scored twice, and that is Shalik Knotts. I'm not so sure. You know, as we think about this, you're thinking about a special teams, what better to pick than Brendan McAllister, the punter, who's put them in great field position all night. What do you think for the North Carolina offense? Because there's been so many tonight that have made so many big plays.
You know, I think I don't know.
And we have a 54-yard field goal. So do we change it? Do we change this if he hits this 54-yard field goal? I still think we need to stick with Brendan. Oh, it's blocked.
He's not going to make it. That's blocked. We're going to get a return here by South Carolina. I think we're going to get something. He's going to cut it in. Looking to the outside. He's going to the other side of the field. We may have a touchdown here. Let's see what happens. He's going to cut on. We've got a couple blocks. No flags. He's going to take that all the way down to the North Carolina 25-yard line. No flags on the field. Special teams play. That is a great play to kind of insert some energy into your team.
And we're talking about special team player of the game. We need to see who blocked that field goal.
Yeah, maybe we need to get a replay of that, because that very well may be our special teams player. And is that 14? He's the returner.
That's another Northwestern Trojan again. Yep.
Wow.
Do we know who blocked that kick? Anybody?
I think we may get a replay out of the truck. Let's take a look at it right here again. North Carolina was up for a 54-yard field goal. And I think it may be number 2. Let's take a look at the kick.
From Gaffney.
That is. That's number 2.
Number 2 playing in his last game on his home field.
Marquise Bradley. Got an incomplete pass here. Going to bring up 2nd down and 10. I think that's worthy of a special teams player of the game.
I can't think of any other play now. So offensively for North Carolina, there was a lot.
That's tough.
I think we brought up. I mean, Shalik Knotts.
I think Shalik Knotts. You know, you've had the quarterback play of both Brower and Alonzo Barnett, but who's the recipient of that? You know, you couldn't have had one without the other. I think Shalik Knotts is that common denominator.
And so as we talk about South Carolina, we need. You know, we've got the special teams player of the game. Obviously, it's going to be Marquise Bradley for his.
Hey, look right here. We've got a one-on-one battle. Oh, and he couldn't bring it in.
But I think from what I've seen today, Davion Joyner, and he was a captain as we started the game today. He's made a bunch of plays, and he has scored the only touchdown for the South Carolina team today. So as we go through this, Davion Joyner seems like he is the front runner for the MVP for the South Carolina team. And then
I think I concur.
Then we've also got to name a defensive player of the game. And I tell you, one name that we've called a bunch tonight is Mikal Burris.
Yes, absolutely. York.
And it's been consistently for all 4 quarters. So it looks like we've got our group as we go through this, and we'll send it downstairs.
Yeah, Mikal Burris from York. Comprehensive High School. He has just been all over the field. Phenomenal play. There you see right there some good defensive play right there, number 8 for South Carolina.
And we've got one more. We've got an overall MVP.
Oh, that's Whiteside. Okay, I'm on the wrong side of the ball now. Yeah, but we've got the overall MVP as well.
Overall MVP, and I guess we would pick from these 6. What do you think, Coach?
I got to think about that one for a moment. It's going to be
Well, it's obviously got to be a North Carolina player because they're the ones that are going to end up winning this football game.
Do you make it Jalen Walker?
He's the best player on the field. I mean, it's obvious that's...
I think you could also say probably Alonzo Barnett, the quarterback. I mean, you know, he kind of was the one that provided that biggest spark that really opened up the floodgates.
You make the call, man. It's all up to you. I mean, we've got so many on both sides. We've got such great athletes, guys that I'm pumped to watch play on Saturdays for the next couple years.
I think Alonzo Barnett. I think he may be it. I mean, it could be any other guy, but you know, he made some of the biggest plays at the biggest times, and he is kind of the one that catalyzed this. And also remember, he's the one that scored right there at the end of the first half, or led to score at the end of the first half.
The good thing is we've seen a lot of football. We've seen a lot of scoring. There's been a lot going on in this game. It's made it hard for who to choose from.
It certainly has. I really like those uniforms, by the way. You get a really good look at the North Carolina flag on the jersey right there. The Carolina Bowl staff, they've really outdone themselves in just the excellence and just looking good, looking the part out here on the field. Clock continuing. And now we got to stop to play. Okay. 2:10 to go, though. Fourth quarter. Final moments here of this 6th annual Carolina Bowl. We appreciate all of you that have been tuning in, watching us today. Been delighted to bring you the call here alongside Travis Kahn. And we've still got to stop it to play. The officials are still coming. They just want one more chance at TV.
That's right. Get their face on TV one more time. And what a great way to end the high school season, at least in North and South Carolina, is to have this Carolina Bowl. It was a lopsided game, but what a great night to sit out here and watch some of the greatest players in North and South Carolina, and a lot of guys we're going to get to see playing on Saturdays on TV, big-time football.
Absolutely. 2nd down, 13, clock running, under 1:45 to go now. That's Xavier Bauer, the quarterback. He's going to run the ball. He's going to dance around a little bit. He's going to gain positive yardage, about 7 yards or so on the carry. He's going to bring up a 3rd down. Clock still running, now under 1.5 minutes to go in the contest. I see Freddie Brown sprinting across the field over there.
That's the fastest Freddie's moved in a very long time. Now, Freddie is a state champion.
He is.
He's been a part of a lot of football programs, Woodruff High School, Spartanburg High School. He's coached at Wofford. He's coached a lot of years in North Carolina, and I believe he just won another state championship this year as an assistant coach.
He was a pretty big-time player back in the day, too. I'm old enough to remember.
And if you ever get trouble in Charlotte.
Yes, I know. He has talked to me about that.
He will be the one to tell you what you're doing the next morning.
Yes, sir. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Because he is a judge. And so what we've got as far as MVPs, I guess we've got them confirmed. It looks like on the North Carolina side, offensive MVP is Shakeem Knotts. Shalik, I'm sorry. Shalik Knotts, defense. Jalen Walker, special teams. Braden McAllister, South Carolina side. Offensive player of the game is Darion Joyner on defense. Mikael Burris out of York High School. Special teams player of the game is none other than the hometown kid, Marquise Bradley. And overall, Alonzo Barnett. What a great game.
Yes.
With a bunch of great athletes. I had a great time today. We've been here for a long time.
Yeah, we did. We saw Coach Brian Hills get the bucket, got the Gatorade bucket. You've seen him and Coach Russell Stone and Coach Trip Stone and just so many of those North Carolina coaches on that sideline. And now you're going to see these players, and you know they had some disagreements. We saw some helmets get kind of tossed around, and there you see Jalen Walker there in the middle, and you see these guys, you know, the emotions of the game sometimes takes hold of them, but, you know, I think when all is said and done, you know, they're still football players. You know, they're just out there wanting to compete. There you see Coach Brian Hells, Micah Stone, there you see him helping with the long snappers. Just a great game. Hey, hats off to everybody here that made this thing work. Obviously, everybody in the truck, Emily and everybody back there making us sound and look good. And I know they've worked their tails off tonight. I had an array of things go down, but I've never seen a team of workers work like they did before this game to make sure that we got this thing off without a hitch.
They were dropping out of ceilings.
They look like Spider-Man coming off the roof of the press box. So you guys, you are heroes tonight. We certainly thank you, Jimmy Staten and Freddie Brown, and so many other people that I feel like I've got some notes here that I feel like I should just call out a few people's name. Obviously, Morgan Jackson there, Dave Walters, Operations Director, Franny Stockwell, the Chamber of Commerce here in Gaffney, South Carolina. I mean, just so many things here. Hey, it seems like it was a year ago, but the helicopter landed before the game, ringing the game ball. I mean, good golly, that was an incredible moment.
And I'm so glad you got that on camera, and I hope you post that on your Twitter page, because, of course, I'm sitting here in awe watching it drop, and you're actually getting it on camera.
How I thought to do that is beyond me.
Well, it's cool. I mean, and it dropped right down there on a beautiful turf field here at Gaffney High School. And two great teams that we got to see play, and like I've said before, some players that we're going to get to see play on Saturdays, and I'm super pumped to be able to watch some of these guys play next year.
Yep. Well, I look down there, and you know, Travis, I wish we had a whole lot more cameras to cover the action of the celebration, and you know, players out there starting to mingle with their family members, teammates and stuff. And stick with us here, because here momentarily we're going to have an interview with the winning coach. We've still got some championship MVP hardware to hand out before we get off the air. So guys, if you're still here with us with the live stream, be sure to stick with us. We're going to carry you through to the completion here of the 6th Annual Carolina Bowl, coming to you from the reservation. Again, the historical reservation. I know this is the new stadium, but this is one of those just can't. I mean, if you've got a bucket list of high school stadiums to see in South Carolina to see a game, this has got to be on it.
I tell you, in this area, there's a bunch of good stadiums. I mean, just being around Gaffney, Spartanburg High School, the new Bowling Springs, Dorman High School, you've got a bunch of stuff going on. And this is right now what you're looking at on TV is what it's all about. You got North Carolina with their team, South Carolina with their team. A lot of family members getting down there and getting ready to announce the MVPs for both teams in a great hard-fought football game. So now we'll have all 3 MVPs from each team in the overall MVP that will be announced out on the middle of the field. That's Coach Freddie Brown and Jimmy Staten. That's the chairman and the president of the Carolina Bowl, getting ready to give out the awards, and we'll kind of fill you in on who and who has not won. I think they're checking the text that I sent in there.
Yeah, Freddie just called me, making sure that we had sent the names down. So I think he's looking at them.
Well, I can't promise I spelled them right because I was working quickly.
There you go.
They're struggling, we can tell. It's better the text that they got than me trying to write it, because it would have been even worse.
I promise you that. But yeah, a great finale here. North Carolina, Team North Carolina defeating Team South Carolina by a score of 34-7. But, you know, look at the smiles on the face. There you see Coach LaPrade. You know, everybody's a winner. You know, you get to this thing, you know, everybody wants to win. Everybody wants to win for their state. But, again, these are all young men that are not only going to go on to play great collegiately, but a lot of them are going to become dads and husbands and professionals.
And I think these players at our point now, they're cold and they're hungry. And so they're just ready to get this thing over with so they can eat and get in some sort of heat.
Well, I'm hungry, too. And my feet are kind of getting cold up here.
Yeah, my nose is running, so we're getting here towards the end. But what a great game. What a great job that these guys have done. And now Coach Freddie Brown is announcing, I believe, the MVPs of the game.
And we're going to keep it right here with you, folks. As he hands out these awards, we will...
You see Coach Todd Helms picking up the plaques.
We will make sure that you guys know who the recipients are. Again, that is Freddie Brown, the president here at the Carolina Bowl. He looks like he could still play a down or two if he had to.
I heard he was something to reckon with, and he was from your area in North Carolina, and then skipped over to South Carolina to play his college ball, and he coached a long time with Mike Ayers over at Wofford too.
He did. He looks like he could still play a down or two. I think I could play one, maybe one down if I had to.
I'm not even going to try.
And I hope it's short yardage.
So it looks like the MVPs are being passed out. It looks like the first one just went to, that's Joyner from South Carolina, who is the offensive MVP for the South Carolina team.
Yep, Davion Joyner, offensive MVP, had a tremendous ball game. Again, the 6'1", 180-pound senior, and there you see right there, number 48. That is Burris from York. Tremendous defensive game.
Okay, we called his name a ton tonight.
So next should be our Special Teams Award winner for South Carolina. Again, right here at Gaffney High School, Marquise Bradley had that punt block.
He's probably shocked. He blocked that field goal right at the end of the game.
Also, he saved a touchdown.
That's right.
Saved a touchdown.
Saved the touchdown, but he got to stand out on that G one more time and accept the MVP trophy for a special teams play tonight.
Absolutely. Now we're going to start with the offensive MVP for North Carolina, and that is going to go to Shalik Knotts. Again, the big receiver from Monroe High School, headed to the University of Maryland. He's going to be a Terrapin. Play up there in the Big Ten.
They're getting a good football player.
They really are. Defensive MVP, I don't think there's any question in the stadium who this young man's going to be.
No doubt. And we've already announced it. It's going to be Jalen Walker, the future Georgia Bulldog. What a great kid. What a good-looking kid. I'm excited about him again. I'm a Georgia fan. I can't wait to see him on Saturdays. And I know Kirby Smart is ready to get him on that defense, maybe after a quick national championship run here.
Yep, yep. I guess they can read your text message. There he is.
They've got him right, yeah.
Well, no, maybe. Did he?
Yeah, there's Jalen. He's I think, unless they gave him the special teams award, but no. Well, did they give it to two?
I don't know, but that's Jalen Walker. I don't know.
It looks like they gave it to two players. Jalen Walker was one.
Interesting.
Special teams player obviously is the punter.
Yep.
Brendan McAllister, he did a great job keeping South Carolina in the field flipped. And he turned around and gave his award. Did I just see him give it away, or did he go accept it for him?
He did. He gave it to Andrew Conrad, the kicker from East Forsyth.
How about that?
Now for the game MVP. And he really did change the momentum of this game.
He would be picking his own team. Coach Hale said, I have the first pick.
Yep, there it is, Alonzo Barnett from Grimsley High School. The quarterback played for Coach Darrell Brown. Phenomenal high school career, and see it culminating with this MVP award here at the 6th Annual Carolina Bowl.
So I'm going to guess they gave, Freddie added one to the North Carolina roster. It looked like Jalen Walker and Jaden Watkins.
Okay,
right,
yep.
Right?
Well, and Freddie Brown told me he had some game balls to give away, so that could have been it.
Well, Jalen Walker was obviously on the defense. So, you know, Freddie improvises sometimes and adds things as he goes.
Yep.
So this is what you like to see right here at the end. All the players taking a knee for a final prayer together as a group, one Carolina. And that's kind of what Jimmy likes to say as we go through this, is his team Carolina.
Yep.
Not just North Carolina and South Carolina.
Absolutely. And again, we couldn't do it again without our sponsors here, our game sponsor, Graphic Phenom, the gloves that all the players were provided with, and then Zoom Bank. All of our touchdowns, and we had a lot of them scored today, was sponsored to us by Zoom Bank. Willie T up there in Boone, North Carolina, does a phenomenal job in supporting coaches and teams all around the country. So we've got to thank Zoom Bank. All of those undergarments and padded girdles, just everything that all these guys were playing, just tremendous to have that kind of support, financially and just with equipment. I mean, you know it, Travis. You guys couldn't run this game without them.
No, and there was a lot of people that helped, and we've talked about it throughout the game. I mean, just Cherokee County, the Chamber of Commerce has done an outstanding job to make this happen. City of Gaffney, the police department here in Gaffney. All the buses, when they came back and forth, had police escorts.
Yes.
I mean, even for the little game, I mean, for the 5th and 6th graders. So what a great experience. A lot of the churches in the area, First Baptist Church of Gaffney, Kirby Church, Pastor Kerwin Ray, Blacksburg Gaffney High School, Cherokee County School District, Limestone University, Bailey's Fish Camp. If you hadn't eaten at Bailey's Fish Camp.
Are they open?
We may be headed that way now. Bailey's Fish Camp is outstanding. I do not think they're open on Sunday night, but I tell you one thing that may be open, the Big E, and that was fun the other night when we were over there. Chick-fil-A we know is not open.
It was on
today.
me tonight.
That's right. McDonald's, Coach Shane Beamer, we appreciate him being out there yesterday. The Gaffney High School IT department. All the stuff that we had set up in here today, IT had helped with that as well.
Yeah, but I think that our Miss Morgan Jackson has finally caught up. We'll get down to her in a moment, but just an incredible celebration. Everybody is down there at the middle of the field for this culmination of the 6th Annual Carolina Bowl here, played again at the reservation. And I'm going to send it down again to the 3rd member of our team, Miss Morgan Jackson. Morgan, you've got the winning coach here with you.
Yes, I'm here with Coach Helms. Coach Helms, congratulations, first of all. What would you say for how your team played?
Great. They played great, and they did. I mean, they're just such a fun group to be around all week, and I mean, just great players on both sides. And it's just our guys happen to just probably mesh and click a little bit faster, tonight. And I think that's what it comes down to, is just how quick the guys learn how to work together.
When you were assembling your team, what were you looking for?
The first thing I was looking for was the guys who knocked me out of the playoffs last year. So that's where we got the quarterback from Grimsley and the DN. But no, I mean, the first thing was really looking for great kids. So we talked to all the head coaches of the kids that we wanted to bring on, make sure high character kids in that, and and obviously we knew they were good football players already. So that's what was really important to us.
How does it feel to win the first ever Carolina Bowl Senior Showcase?
It feels great. It feels great. The first person to do anything's always special, and to be able to do that and do that down here in Gaffney, and with how great everybody down here in the city of Gaffney and Cherokee County was to us, it's awesome. It's awesome.
Well, thank you so much, Coach. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
All right, Miss Morgan Jackson, Coach Brian Hills, we appreciate you. There you see that helicopter that was here at the field early in the game. Tremendous pageantry, tremendous everything. Travis Kahn, very quickly, great day.
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see a lot of offense. We still got it on both sides of the field, even though South Carolina only scored 7 points. We got to see some players that are outstanding and that are going to play at the next level, and we got to be a part of the first ever Carolina Bowl.
Absolutely phenomenal for everybody that made this thing happen. Freddie Brown, Jimmy Staten, all the guys in the truck. Again, we've mentioned it. Emily in the truck, everybody there. For my partner here, Travis Kahn, I'm Chris Hughes. This has been the Carolina Bowl. North Carolina wins 34-7. We've enjoyed to bring it to you. Good night. Happy holidays.